Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Europe number 229. I'm, of course, your Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the people in the chat, by my plushies, and these incredible players as well. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to something a little bit different. We have been catching up. We did the same thing last week. We've been catching up with some of these ESL weekly broadcasts. For those that are curious, both ESL Americas and ESL Europe occurred earlier this week, a couple of days ago, and we are going to be going over those replays to catch up on all these tournaments before DreamHack Dallas. Before DreamHack rocks around, we will be catching up just to get again a better feel for the state of play for a lot of these players, and of course to catch up on all the StarCraft. Of course. I'm your host Live VIP. You're the CranKy Ducklings, and we usually cast ESL Asia and Americas live. We haven't been able to cast Americas live for the past couple of weeks. The reason for this is because my sleep schedule. My sleep schedule has been very European focused these past couple of weeks, just because of the tournaments we've been casting, and it's going to stay that way throughout the DreamHack Dallas weekend, because we are going to be casting DreamHack Dallas at least the first day, maybe the second day as well, but we're going to be busy casting, and that means that I have to make sure that I'm awake when I should be asleep and asleep when I should be awake. So hopefully, what I'm getting at, hopefully next week I'm going to be able to cast ESL Americas live. Won't have to resort to these replay casts instead, which I look forward to, because fun fact that we don't actually get that many replays submitted for the Americas broadcast for some reason. I'm shaking my head. So we'll be going over that later on. We're going to be going over both, I should say. ESL Open Cup Europe first, followed by ESL Open Cup Americas. That's going to be the structure of today's broadcast. Europe first, as Europe does occur first, like I almost said canonically. In the lore, Europe is first, followed by the Americas. Again, structurally, or Europe is a couple of hours before the Americas weekly. So we'll be going through that in order. So yeah. Exciting stuff, especially considering the player lineup we have for you today. Oh my god, Papi, already we have Bjorn versus Skilless. I believe this is a quarterfinals match, and this is a match that I was not expecting here. I was not expecting in the tournament, as Bjorn has been traveling abroad. Bjorn is not in Korea. That's why he's competing here tonight. Yeah, sorry, I was sorry, I was a little bit distracted. But Bjorn has been traveling. Bjorn, for those who have been paying attention to social media, Bjorn has been posting. I mean, not just Bjorn, but Shopify have been posting, because Bjorn is in Canada at the moment. He's been in Canada for the past couple of weeks. I imagine acclimating to the NA time zone, to the NA region. Not just Bjorn, but Lambo, Harstem, Scarlet. They've all been staying at the Shopify HQ in Canada in preparation to move down to DreamHack Dallas in a couple of days. So because of that means Bjorn, he can play in the EU weekly. I mean, that's crazy. we never get to see Bjorn play in these weeklies, so specifically the European weekly. So I'm excited to dive on in and to cast Bjorn versus Skilless up next. Lore noted. Ah, true. Hello, Pecoeta. Hello. Hello, Pecoeta. SC2 as well. I see Ligo in the chat. Warehug, Rowdy, Baby Link as well. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. I hope you've all been having a great day and a great week. Hope you're all the best. And here we go. We're diving on in to Site Delta as game one. Let's go. Let us go. So again, we're going to be going over the EU broadcast first, followed by the Americas broadcast. That's going to be the plan here tonight. And again, starting next week, I should be able to provide coverage for at least Americas live, no longer via replays. But spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skilless. We go. We have our TVP, and again, you rarely get to see Bjorn compete in these weeklies, just because ping from Korea to EU is actually pretty awful. It's pretty rough. That's also the reason why we rarely get to see any Europeans competing in the Korea Weekly as well. I mean, it's not just the ping, it's also the time slot as well, as it is starting, I want to say, at midnight in Korea. This tournament typically does, sorry, I say midnight, like 2 a.m., like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning is usually when this tournament does begin. So that's why we rarely get to see them kind of cross over to each other, and yeah, it's exciting stuff here. We'll see how Byun can compare to some of these players, especially on some lower ping now that he's now that he is in Canada. Likewise, Skillus has been popping up. You know, like a big shout to Skillus. He has been doing so well for himself. He popped off 2 weeks ago at Stars War 11. For those that were maybe tuning in to the broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings, we had a big offline event happening in China. Did happen in China 2 weeks ago, where Skillus had an insanely good run. He made it all the way to the semi-finals, and in those semis, he went to the ace match against Hero in a best of 7, by the way. It went all the way to game 7. Likewise, we had Skillus versus Oliveira, a much more dominant showing from Skillus, bringing down Oliveira in the quarterfinals in a best of 5. So Skillus has been hot as of late, and I've been really excited to see how he's going to perform at DreamHack, likewise in this weekly as well. So I am very excited. I'm very quickly becoming more of a Skillus fan nowadays, but we'll see, But now it's going to be a standard opener from our Protoss. It's going to be a gate expand Cybercore. Likewise, across the map we do have Byun opening up with a Rax expand economic opener back at home. This is a breath of fresh air, not gonna lie. We've been casting a lot of TVPs, especially during KSL. We casted KSL last night, and the Zerg players got taken out really early on. It was just purely Terran and Protoss, and we saw so many double gas openers. Oh my god, as Byun is going 3cc. The exact opposite of a double gas opener, a very greedy build here. It looks like 3cc, 3 racks. I've been echoing this for a couple of weeks now. This has been a very trendy build as of late. A lot of the Korean Terrans like Byun and Maru and Cure have been mixing this in. Likewise, some of the European Terrans have as well. We've seen Clem whip this out. We've seen Hero Marine. Well, I'm not sure if I mean, I don't get to see much of Big Gay, but I think maybe even Hero Marine's been whipping it out as well. And for sure, Clem at least. And it is a very greedy economic opener that leads into a stim timing, assuming that we're getting a third CC moment, sorry, a third Rax momentarily. And there it is. Yeah, 3cc, 3 Rax has become a lot more trendy as of late. And this build can be punished depending on how aggressive Skillus is going to be. It's going to be a blink-based opener out of our Protoss player. We only have 2 gateways for the time being. 1 gateway at the natural, 1 gateway here in the main, so 2 gate blink from our Protoss. And we'll see if we go up to 3 or 4 gateways here as we are setting up for an expansion. This is a little bit worrisome. So, again, this is a very greedy build. It can be punished with certain responses and certain reactions, but otherwise you should be able to get away with this. And this builds up towards a very strong, there it is, stim timing. A stim is on the way. We're going to be banking up Marines and Marauders. We're going to be heading across the map with a hefty army. And if Skillus is too greedy, if he cuts too many corners, then this could straight up kill. We have seen many a Protoss player just fall over to this initial timing. This is not an all-in. I mean, we have a third base behind this that we're going to be expanding into. But this still hits like a truck. Again, so I wonder as we get into the main base, very nice shade out of Skillus as Byun was late on the draw there, and we get a full scat of everything. We confirm the 1-1, sorry, we confirmed the 3 racks, we confirmed the stim timing, the massive bio that's upon us, and now Skillus is getting ready back at home. Now, the most important thing here is to be proactive with our army. There we go, Storks are moving out. It's so important here to engage with the Marines in the map, on the map. As soon as they start moving out, we need to engage. We need to pick away some Marines. We need to maybe even force a stim. That would be the ideal. Bearing in mind, this push is happening without medevacs. There are no medevacs here for this, so every stim does hurt the army. So again, Skillus just parked right outside the base, ready to slow down Byun. Behind this, we got the Bay on the way for Colossus. We are skipping our Immortal. Risky move here by Skillus. Yeah, he's going to be skipping his safety Immortal, going straight for Colossus production. Stim is almost done as we're making a wave of Marauders to top this off. You can see already here Skillus catching one Marine, going for another as well. Byun is dragging Skillus a bit out of position, but okay, we're coming back. We're pulling back over, making sure we are in position. And back at him, okay, there it is. There's that Immortal on the way. A little bit later, as it's going to eat into our Robotics Bay timing. So a little bit less than ideal, but the Immortal's on the way nonetheless. And Bjorn is not pushed. We should have pushed by now, especially with Stim finished. We do have now more add-ons on the way. It looks like, okay, so Bjorn, especially because he got scattered, very mature decision, because he knows that Skillus knows what he's up to, he's not going to push. He's going to wait, at least for medevacs. We have 2 more medevacs on the way, so this is going to be a later timing for Bjorn, but now he has a little bit more flexibility. He has a little bit more sustain with his army. Stalkers get pushed away, and Bjorn does go for the Stim. Ooh, catches 1 Stalker and barely gets another as well. Not a bad start here for Bjorn. Catching Skills a bit off guard. And we don't quite get another. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have the first Colossus almost done. We have the Immortal now popping out, and Bjorn is reinforcing. He is pushing. And what's important is when he stimmed, he only stimmed half of his army. The other half still has a stim in it. Here we go. Medevacs have arrived. Once again, trying to catch out some Stalkers. Good blinks here from Skillus. Does manage to get away. Colossus has arrived. And we have defended. By this point, yeah, we have defended. We forced the Stim away from the army. As I say that, have we overextended those Skillus pushing out onto the map? Sentries go down, a couple of adepts as well. Can we catch the Immortal? It looks like we can. The Immortal barely goes down as well. The Stalkers, oh my god. Bjorn, the target firing. Catching some extra Stalkers towards the end there, and yeah, that was a less than ideal fight for Skillus. Bleeding out 6 Stalkers, 2 Sentries, an Immortal for a bio army, a cheap army. More importantly, Skillus did at least keep his Colossus alive, but yeah, that was a brutal trade. Behind this, Bjorn is fully saturated on 3 bases. He's up in workers, up in economy. It's a saturation plus mules. We'll see Bjorn building up here at that 3rd. He is building up. Back at home, Skillus likewise also working towards the 4th base, building up his gateways, massing up an army. And he's going to once again try to collapse on this. We don't really have that much to support the army. Yeah, the Colossus, one of them goes down. We come in for a flank. The other is also exposed. We do barely keep it alive, but the Vikings are going to chase it down. Not quite. Colossus backs off. And the charge outs, they're getting in some work here, but we pull back to the mineral line. Oh, the boys are being pulled. Yeah, the Zealots don't quite bust in, but that Colossus is so low. Despite these reinforcements, the backbone of this army is looking a bit fragile. We have another Colossus on the way. Skillus trying to maintain this position with only 1 as the Viking count is getting higher. Like, this is risky. Skillus dipping in, catching a couple of units. We go for the scan, we spot the army. The Vikings, they pick off the Prism and the Colossus as well. And brutal pickoffs. Zealot runback comes in from behind, doesn't quite bust into the natural. As we try to go first around, and we avoided hot pickup here by Bjorn, dropping into the mineral line, and again, the SimCity working against Skillus. Does get a couple of swipes in. But we're running out of reinforcements. Remember, we lost that War Prism. Yeah, there's no War Prism, there's no reinforcements. We dive on the army, the Colossus. Oh, can we barely get away? With these Marauders, I don't think we can. Yeah, we're gonna hunt it down. Skillus bleeding out everything. Zealot runback comes in. We did get 11 SCVs. That was some good economic damage. But it cost us every single Colossus. Back at home, we're down to 1. Our worker count is solid. But again, the strength of a Protoss army is building up that those high-tech units. Units like Colossus, Disruptors, Immortals. But every time we engage, we lose some. And now we're still stuck on 1. Meanwhile, Bjorn's army is becoming more refined. Now it goes with EMPs. We have 2-2 on the way, plus 1 ship weapons to help out with the Vikings. We don't actually have that many Vikings yet, so most of them went down. We're down to 1. I imagine we're going to be going back into Vikings after this next wave of medevacs. We do have our next base on the way. And Skillus hasn't taken extra gases. That is concerning. Now, basically what's happening here, because Skillus is staying on a low gas count, we can't actually afford a second rowboat and double Colossus production. That's why we're so heavily reliant on Zealots. We're so heavily reliant on Zealots. Any spare gas that we've had has been spent rebuilding Colossus and rebuilding these Stalkers. So Skillus just hasn't had the economy to really invest too much into this, into his robo-based army. He's just been stuck making one Colossus at a time. Going for a Zealot counterattack. The Planetary isn't quite done yet. We can definitely get some damage done. We do dive in. SV is going to be going down. Bjorn is committed. The Prism! No! Oh, the Prism is under fire. We do drop the Colossus, thankfully. Colossus is going to be saved. The Prism falls. Colossus as well as it got one extra swipe in. Yeah, Planetary did complete. 11 SCVs went down. Again, that was a pretty successful Zealot run by. But we basically have a pure Zealot army. And the EMPs, they do connect. Connects with half the Zealots. Going to be kiting back. Viking once again going ham. Reinforcements have arrived and Bjorn is going to overwhelm this force. The Zealots, they melt. The Colossus falls as well. And there's nothing left. Again, just over the course of this game, just some brutal fights and brutal trades. Not in favor of Skillus. The Dominos have fallen one after the other. Again, that first overextension from Skillus was brutal. The Colossus goes down. We're down to a handful of Stalkers. Trying to hold on to our natural. Fourth base is exposed. The army is overstimmed and we are running out of energy, true, but it's still just too much. As Skillus desperately warps in some Zealots to try to hold on, to try to survive. And there's not that much Terran left. But it's still too much. Oof, the juggling! We juggle over, we dodge some shots. More Zealots have right. I mean, hey, Skillus holds. Takes down the medevac. Skillus does barely hold on. Bleeds out 16 workers in the process, but we do survive. Barely. Meanwhile, 3-3 is on the way. We're working on our next upcoming Colossus. Bjorn just trying to brute force his way through here to a win. And eventually it will happen. There are ways to come back, and I believe we did make a Dark Shrine. Yep, we do have a Dark Shrine behind this. So there's potential with DTs, with the Invisible Man, maybe. If we had Disruptors, potentially as well. I mean, we saw Creator last night pull off an insane comeback. Zealots coming for a surround. Still engaged there from Skillus, but here we go. We do reinforce once again. The Zealots, we kite against them. That one Colossus doing what it can, but against a mainly Marauder army, the Colossus just tickles them. We don't have that much anti-air. The juggling is good. We can juggle, papi. But Marines have arrived. Now we can shoot up. Now we can try to focus on that Prism. Stimming once again. Try to focus down the Vikings. Colossus shaving off a lot of Marines and a lot of Marauders there. We break back in. I mean, it's been impressive that Skillus has been able to hold on the way that he has. Even here. Doesn't help either that Bjorn, it looks like he has been stimming his entire army. Which hasn't been helping. Running out of medevacs. Back at home we have 4 CCs on the way. My god. That's a lot of CCs. And Bjorn's calming things down. He's regrouping, reinforcing his army before moving out, before hitting some of these more fringe bases, I imagine. Or just continuing to just go right through the middle, right through the center. And now Bjorn has a large enough force. This time he breaks through the Gateway army without much issue. And now he can stim forward. Once again, Skillus microing his heart out. Juggling the Colossus. Do peel off a couple of units. Zealots, they come in from the left-hand side. Once again, not a bad engage here from Skillus. If only he hadn't lost so many Colossus earlier. And he does take a fight. This time he saves a Colossus. Bap. Let's go. It costs us 12 probes. Costs us a lot of workers. Well, that was probably the best fight that Skillus has had in quite some time. In a couple of minutes. Was able to come in against so heavily reliant on mass zealots. They haven't been doing too poorly for themselves. Oof. EMPs are brutal. Mine shots going off. Zealot's falling once again. We're just trying to get on top of that Prism. Vikings are coming in. Prism now under threat. And GG gets called as finally Skillous is broken. He held on for quite some time, but it was very much so an uphill battle. GG, Byun takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Again, impressive play towards the end there by Skillous. Unfortunately, it was something that we were lacking a little bit in the early to mid game. We spoke about it, but early on, Skillous did arguably overcommit with his army at times, bleeding out early Colossus, bleeding out early Gateway units, and it all did give Byun such a lead and such an edge early on. It did allow him to get so much map control and got him so much damage with his first big push as well. Things, yeah, very quickly snowballed out of control. Again, it did feel like Skillous got a better handle of things as the game progressed, but at that point, he was already behind. That's the problem there. Is by that point, he did already fall a little bit too far behind. You know, the micro was coming in a little bit too late there, but still impressive stuff there by Skillous. And we'll see if we can bounce back coming into game 2. It's going to be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. This morning, in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of South Korea, leading the series 1-0. As a reminder, it's a best of 3. Can he win it all here and now? It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid down in the series, has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Skillous. Let us go. Catching with the chat. Why no storms? In the early game against a 3-Rax, it was a lot more necessary to rush into that Colossus. If you remember, the initial Colossus did keep Skillous safe and actually allowed him to survive the initial 3-Rax push. It is something where if you were trying to rush into something like Storm or Archons in that kind of scenario, things would not turn out well. If you're referring to maybe a transition, again, we were referring to the low gas count that Skillous had. As he did choose to stay on low gas count, his style there was more mass zealot heavy. And the goal there is to rely on preserving your Colossus. Like, if there's a world out there where Skillous, if he's able to build up his Colossus count up to 3 and just maintain that and just focus on purely zealot warpins, like, he can overwhelm the Terran. Like, that's a kind of a terrifying play style that can very quickly overwhelm a player like Byun, or a Terran player, I should say. But I mean, because we were bleeding out Colossus, yeah, we didn't get there. Get there in the end, but for now, gonna be settling in. It is gonna be once again an economic opener here out of Byun and going for the Rax expand. Single gas opener out of our Terran player. Skillous has not scouted, no probe scouts, so we're a little bit in the dark as to what Byun is up to. But again, it's a little more commonplace here to be seeing more macro openers from Byun in a TVP. Whether he goes for another 3cc is not going to be the case. Okay, it's going to be a Rax expand into not just 1 Rax, this could just be a straight up 3 Rax. And there it is. There's the 3rd Rax. Okay, so this is similar to the last game, but more committed. In the last game, Byun had the luxury of not pushing with the sim timing. If you remember, Skillous scattered Byun, and Byun, he just stayed at home, waited for his Metamax, and then moved out. And even though he wasn't able to get any economic damage done, he had an economic lead because of his fast 3rd CC. That is not going to be the case this time. This time it's a little more committed. This time Byun needs to get more done. And it is going to hit a little bit harder as well. And we'll see if Skillous can get a read on this. Now, last game Skillous did scout the production. Was able to scout ahead of time. And we'll see if we can do it again. Oh, as Skillous is going for a Stargate opener. That is dangerous. Not impossible to defend with Stargate openers, but it is a little bit more difficult. as 3-Rax builds are ideal against Phoenix openers. Oh, and it is not a Phoenix. It's going to be Oracle. Okay. That's a good start. Oracle's going to be moving out. And that will help when it comes to scouting. Natural base is being taken. Adepts likewise threatening a shade. Yana working towards combat shields first. So Adepts are shading in. Scout is denied. Marines are revealed. At this point, you can assume... I mean, 3-Rax is definitely an option here based on just pure Marines and no Hellions and no Mines. But it could also be a 2-1-1, which is not unheard of in this matchup. It is rare, true. Oracle does dip in. And we get a full scout. We get eyes on the 3-Rax, get eyes on the bio. We get a handful of SC... we get one SCV and a Marine. We get some pickups, more importantly, we scout. And this time, safety immortal. Let's go! If you remember, we skipped this last game. We went double observer first into an immortal, into delayed Colossus. Phase on the way. Immortal's coming out. Yeah, no observer production this time from Skillus. Is preparing back at home. Yeah, double shield battery as well. Skillus, he also didn't just see the 3-Raxes, he confirmed there was no third CC. So he knows it's going to hit that much harder. Is preparing. Third base on the way. Stasis trap as well. Skillus taking this very seriously. And here we go. Here comes that first push. Stim isn't done yet, but Stim will finish by the time the army gets across the map. And again, the goal for Skillus is to survive long enough to get that first Colossus out. Looks like we're going for a second immortal first. Okay. Building up that immortal count. Just to make sure we have an army to defend. Force fields are also going to be paramount here as well. Just because, I mean, there's no answer to force fields. We can cut the army in half. We stim forward. We get one sentry. One sentry goes up, but the stasis does get baited in. Oh my god. We catch the army, and just like that, Skillus, he will shut this down. Beyond has to back off. We have plenty of time to warp in extra rounds. Get ready with our shield batteries. Colossus is halfway done. And Björn, with this army, is going to try and get away or try and focus on as much as he can. Nice, stims away. Does get a shield battery. Getting one, getting two, getting three sentries. Okay, not bad. He's forced back home. Oracle across the map does confirm. Still no third TC. We're doubling down here, getting up to 5 Raxes. There we go, third CC afterwards. After the Oracle went down. But Skillus is held. And look at the worker counts right now. We have Skillus up 10 probes to the 48, or to now 50 SCVs of Björn. So Skillus, he does have that economic lead. As a reminder, last game, at the end of the aggression, Björn was actually ahead in workers. I think he had like 68 against the around 60 of Skillus. So again, we do see Björn having a little less success this time. And the third base is, of course, still on the way. So in production, Björn, thankfully, from the side of the Terran player, did preserve a lot of his army. Looking at the resources lost tab, we lost 13 Marines and 1 Marauder. We retained quite a lot here, and that means we can get into drop play as soon as these medevacs come out. Medevacs are halfway done, and the pressure is going to be on Björn to make use of this army, to make use of those drops. Otherwise, Skillus is going to run away with this. As he's already on 2 Colossus, soon to be 3. 3 Colossus is a count we never got up to in the last game as well. Bear that in mind. As the game was so chaotic and there were just so many engagements that Skillus would often bleed them out before it could build up. But we're getting there. Likewise, additional gas is being taken. Blink is on the way, not so much charge. Towards +1 and Blink. Double drop dipping in. Going to be forced away as Skillus is in position. Has split up his army. And so far is keeping up. Shade confirms the drop. As you can see, Bjorn getting in position to deny the fourth. His army is spotted, and Skillus is here. So very nice positioning here from Skillus. See Bjorn trying to pull him apart. For the most part, Skillus is ready. Does get a medevac. Oh, not quite the second. Leading out a couple of stalkers. But we'll clean this up. Ooh, medevac up. Ooh, does go down as well. Very nice cleanup here from Skillus. Get home, Bjorn forced back. The drop play was unsuccessful. He was trying to apply pressure at the fourth and at the natural, and it did kind of fall in its face. With that, Skillus now built up to his critical massive Colossus. He's on 3. From here, he can start disruptor production. Oh, he built up towards 4. Oh my god. Okay. 4 Colossus. We're pushing. We have 4 Colossus. We have plenty of Blink Stalkers, +1. The Prism to reinforce. And Bjorn is in a bit of trouble here. Does have a lot of ghosts though. He has a lot of EMP potential. The army is spotted. Bjorn moving in. Slowly chip away at these depots. EMP does connect. Oh, juicy EMP there from Bjorn. Strips away the shields of most of the Colossus. Not all, but most. The concave is real. Boys can be pulled if need be. Vikings putting in some work. The Colossus, still 4 of them, and they still swipe away at the army. A lot of Marines going to be going down. The Vikings are cleaned up. And these Colossus, they're still doing so much in the back line. Yeah, they break through the main army. 1 Colossus falls. GG gets called as Bjorn runs out of steam. And Skillus ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. Again, Skillus this time had a much stronger response to the build of Bjorn, completely shut it down, and I was a little bit shocked myself to see him build up towards 4 Colossus, and that was quite a timing there from Skillus. Bjorn, even though he had a solid concave, because he had bled out so much in the lead up to this, he was a little bit more vulnerable there. And Skillus, with his juggling, with his positioning, was able to get the most out of those 4 Colossus. Typically, the reason why you stop at 3 is because of the overkill, or just how much wasted DPS there is that your Colossus have. But if you can spread them out like that, if you can spread them out and just maximize the amount of damage that they can all do, then it's insane how much they can get done. And GG, a solid engagement there from Skillus. We tie things up 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. So making our way here to Alcyone. Oh, we have a clown in the chat. Esther, Dave, true. Imagine opening up 3 racks, not getting any damage done, and then dying. That's kind of what happened. I mean, aye. Imagine putting the whole game into context. As we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. Whew. Being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Skillus. Here we go. So we are settling into this. Yeah, if you want to cry about balance in the chat, you can go to Reddit, you can go to the ESL Twitch chat, and not here. Yesterday. For now, we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. And we have had 3 racks variations every game so far. So game 1 was 3CC 3 racks out of Bjorn. Game 2 was a straight up 3 racks, a little more committed, which meant that he had to do more damage with it. We saw that it didn't, or that he didn't. What kind of 3CC do we see this time? Or I should say, 3 racks do we see this time? Is the question. For now, Rax Expand. Economic opener here out of Bjorn. He's done so every game so far. It's been a single gas opener. There's a CC on the low ground. It is going to be delayed a little bit, but only by a couple of seconds. Thankfully, we can just lift this. We can land this. It is a little bit more inefficient, but Bjorn, thankfully, doesn't delay his CC for too much longer as it is on the way. And okay, for the first time, we're opening up with a factory follow-up. A very different build here by Bjorn. I'm excited. We have options. We have possibilities. We can double down. We can open up Widowmine and go for some more old school Widowmine drops. We can go for some safety Cyclones early on, rush into early tanks. We'll see, as we're going to be seeing a very different dynamic now in this TVP. Back at home, yet to throw down our take of choice. The previous game, we did see a Stargate opener into Oracle from Skillus. The game before that was Blink. We have yet to see a Robo opener from our Protoss player, but I'm sure we'll get there. Ooh, the Zealot does arrive. We do delay the CC, and the Marines are still on the way. Reaper racing back home. This is actually a pretty big deal. This is a massive delay here for Bjorn. It wasn't just the fact that we have to rebuild, or I say rebuild, lift and land the CC. Now it's not even built. Marines do pop out. Reaper races back home. It does take a lot of hits. And again, the goal here is just to delay that expansion for as long as possible. We bust into the main base. One Marine goes down. Reaper goes down as well. Eventually, this will be cleaned up, but we pick off another Marine. Very nice start here by Skillus. With the arrival of the Cyclone, finally Bjorn can get this back under control. Skillus backs the hell up, is aware of now the Cyclone. And we're following this up with a 4-gate. Oh boy, Skillus now being the aggressor here. It's going to be 4-gate Blink. Now, very important that we did open up 1-1-1. This can lead into early tank production. We do need those tanks to survive the early game to defend. But Skillus, this is a kind of a side of him that I haven't seen too much of. Third base to be taken. The drop is scattered by the hallucination. Now, what is interesting to me is that we're throwing down a third base before Robo. Like, this is 4-gate Blink, but without a Robo, which means there's no Warp Prism, which means we can't reinforce across the map. So curious. This could just be a more defensive opener here by Skillus. This is trying to keep up with the drop play. Drop here towards the right-hand side. Threatens that third. Headed towards the main base. Skillus does read this, is in position. We have 3 Stalkers here in the main. A handful here towards the natural. Third is exposed, but there aren't enough Marines here to really threaten it too much. The game is settling down, and Robo just now on the way. So yeah, it looks like the 4-gate Blink is just more of a defensive response to your reaction, maybe in preparation for an all-in. Like, if Bjorn had doubled down and just sent an army across the map early on and gone for a fast tank, then we would shut it down. We can see, though, that Bjorn is still building on his production and is opening up Banshee. Okay. Quick Banshee here from Bjorn, moving out with a handful of Marines with his Cyclone. Mindshot catching a Stalker. Well, Skillus face checking, does run into the army. Oh! Late reaction, 1 Stalker goes down. That's 2 Stalkers falling. That is a pretty big deal here. Bjorn now moving out. Skillus does need to be careful. That Stalker's low. Oh! We bleed another Stalker. Bleed out another. That's 3 Stalkers falling. Oh, Skillus bleeding out a 4th as well. At the same time, Banshee into the main base. Probes are going down. Bjorn pulling Skillus apart. 6 probes in the main, and we need that detection. Do we have any? We do not. Observer just now popped out. And that late Robo, it's killing Skillus. Observer now coming in, but we got 12 probe kills. Oof. That is an insane amount of damage just early on. Blackblast, we've been bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. The Observer's not here. The Banshee getting free damage on the Stalkers. And Skillus cannot move out. Has to pull back, has to retreat. And just like that, Bjorn now takes an economic lead. Doesn't have a 3rd CC on the way yet. Is still on 2 base. Still building up. But again, we pointed out that more delayed robo here from Skillus, which means delayed detection. Third CC now on the way. Those Banshees did so much, and we're not done. That Banshee's still alive, still out there. Headed towards the natural base. And does slip in. Back at home, we do have an observer. This time we do shut this down, only getting 2 probe kills. A much cleaner defense by Skillus. But we need more than that. Young moving out, going for a double jump towards the left-hand side. Skillus with not much vision out on the map either. There is an observer, does catch the drop. Is spotted. Does react in time, no shield battery here at the natural base. Immortal coming in. And as Skillus is distracted, we dive into the third. Going for the Stalkers. But the blinks are good. Skillus not losing anything here, at least at the natural. Sorry, at the third. But over at the natural base, we are getting damage done. Well, the Immortal goes down. The Immortal gets picked up. Skillus does deflect an army, though. Is holding on. Skillus still maintaining a worker lead. Still has that third base saturated. Is holding his own. Barely catching that medevac, but ooh, bleeds out a Stalker. Catches the second medevac. Not bad. Does catch in the end. And from here, we're going to be calming things down at least a little bit. Beyond now getting his third base up and running, getting saturated, catching up in the economy. Still being very drop heavy with his Bio Marauder. No tanks. A handful of Widow Mines is being sprinkled in. And Ghost Academy has begun. Working towards the Ghost. You know, Skillus calming things down as well, working towards Colossus. Again, Skillus, he's going to have to be the defender here. Just because he's bled out too many Stalkers, it's going to be difficult for him to be too active on the map. So he's stuck at home, getting a fourth. And we're seeing a similar style that we saw earlier this series. I don't see any additional gases yet. So we might just go for more gateway heavy composition. More charged heavy composition. As Beyond moves out, Observer does spot the move out. Skillus is aware. Skillus is getting ready. I'm paranoid about a push here towards the fourth. Beyond is headed in that direction. Knocks down the rocks, scans the army. Does spot Skillus out of position. We head towards the fourth base. We head towards the shield battery goes down. Only one Colossus here in position. The bite shots up. Oh, big connections. So have 2 more Widow Mines behind this. And Skillus, oh, he just doesn't have enough Zealots. There we go. We come in from behind. We surround the army. We force Beyond back, and he will hold on to the base. Oh, ooh, even getting the medevac. Medevac goes down. The base is saved. Did cost us a couple of probes, but Skillus does keep up. Whew. Skillus does keep up for now. Again, if you were curious why he had so little to defend here, he had a Colossus on the left-hand side just in case it was a drop towards the natural. To have an army there, pulling everything here together. And we're headed towards a more longer macro game. I mean, hey, welcome to Alcyone, a game where, because the rush distance is a little bit longer, because there's so many bases, the game can slow down and we can embrace this a little bit more into the mid to late game. Now, Vikings are on the way. Ghost as well. 4th CC in production for Beyond. Likewise, Skillus getting fully saturated. Skillus still opting not to take extra gases. But this time he is built up towards 3 Colossus. And now a 4th Colossus on the way. Okay, we cancel. Never mind. We do cancel the Colossus. 2nd Robo's in production. We are taking extra gases. Let's go. So this will eventually lead into Disruptor production. Meanwhile, Beyond turtling up back at home. We have the sensor tower. Getting ready for run-bys. This time we're going to be able to sink our teeth into a more longer game between these two. It's been a pretty chaotic series so far, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. But our players are looking to max out. Decent mine shot. Does go up. Beyond having a hard time engaging here at the Zolnaga is going to have to back off. Again, these choke points are brutal. Zell's trying to come in from behind. They are spotted. Ooh. We avoid the mine shots. Skills doesn't quite get this around with those Zealots. Does back off. Does retreat. Gold base is getting up. Beyond on 4 bases as well. Both players should be looking to max. And Skillus has potential here. Again, the Widowmine count was reset, and we're pushing on the right-hand side. Yeah, we're going for the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. Nice EMP on the Colossus. And the Vikings, they collapse in. They take down one. One Colossus falls. Ooh, the Prism goes down as well. And the Colossus are a little bit too far back. They can't quite engage. And they're going down to the Vikings. Yeah, a brutal fight there for Skillus as he bleeds out every single Colossus, almost the entire army. And that was a brutal fight. Like, the EMPs were perfect for Bjorn. They connect with the Colossus. The Vikings were in position as well to follow up on the EMPs. And those Colossus almost did nothing in the fight. And now Skillus is up against the wall here. The supplies are similar, but Skillus has a purely gateway army. No splash damage. Is in trouble. And Beyond stepping on forward, going for the gold base. Vikings gonna be landing. Mortals are coming in. They can help against the Marauders. Yeah, really awkward engaged by Beyond. He has to pick up. He has to get the hell out of here. Does have to back up. And we will reset the Vikings, which means suddenly Colossus, they're looking a little bit more attractive, or a little bit more attractive here for Skillus. No Vikings, limited anti-air. They can come back into play. The downside is that we haven't been able to embrace Disruptors yet. I'm sure we'll get there after this wave of Colossus. But Skillus is still stuck on Stalker Zealot. Planetary now up. Another CC on the way. 3-3 on the horizon here for Bjorn. Almost there. Is almost at that 3-3, just building back up. Thankfully, he's remaking those Vikings. Is aware that he's a little bit vulnerable, whether it's Colossus or even Skytoss. Wants to be ready for anything. Only making 4, not over investing. Colossus have arrived. Still making 2 more behind this, going up to 4. And Skills, he just has to slow down the army, buy time for the additional Colossus. Let's get a nice little trade there for Skillus, picking up some Marines. Pulling back. Colossus, they have arrived. Skillus has maxed out. And it looks like he wants to try to engage, but again, pushing past this Zolnaga is brutal. They are pulling back. Viking goes down. We do get a nice volley on the Colossus, though. We get a nice volley as Bjorn is long distance mining at the gold. Let's go. Is now taking it. Gold base on the way. Disruptors finally in production for Skillus. So you just had to free up some supply. Beyond now has 3-3. We push in once again. One of the Vikings going down. Sorry, one of the Colossus going down immediately. And the EMPs are brutal. The Colossus, they fall one after the other. A little bit too heavily reliant on them. And the army just melts. Beyond takes a massive supply lead. At the same time, we have a warp in into the main base. I mean, we're getting damage done. We're going to force Beyond back home. The main is under threat. But nah, Beyond, he doesn't take the bait. He keeps pushing. Is moving out, and Skills is in trouble. There he goes up. Gets 3 ghosts. Not bad. But these disruptors are a little bit too late. Yeah, the Vikings, they drop in. We collapse on the goal base. It's going to go down. And there's nothing to stop us. We can keep pushing. Like, Beyond finally got the fight that he wanted. Nova grazes the army. And we're going to be connecting here towards the end as well. Not bad. We deny the warp in. Disruptors are going down left and right. We bleed out every single probe, and this base will fall as well. And the dominoes falling one after the other. Beyond bleeding out some of his army, has to retreat, has to remax or consolidate his army. But he's done enough. He killed 2 bases and 22 workers. Do dive on the Vikings, we focus them down, but the Colossus will still fall. Nice splits there from Beyond, avoids the Nova. GG gets called as we collapse on the army. We bring it all down, and Beyond will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played again. Oh, again there, especially that late into a game. Unfortunately, Skillus was so heavily reliant on those Colossus. Ideally, at that point, you do want to split up or diversify your army, especially with something like, whether it's Disruptor or Storm, they both have their place. More than anything, it's even less about the damage that they do and more about the micro that they force, right? They force the Terran player to split, to pull back, to spread out their units a little bit more, to be a little bit more hesitant about diving in as well. But when we're, again, just relying on just pure Colossus there, like it can be easier to shut down, depending on the engagement, of course. And I mean, we saw some brutal EMPs on said Colossus. GG. GG, well played. Beyond does take it in the end, but a shout out to Skillus because he made a series out of this. Didn't do too poorly whatsoever. GG, as Beyond does bring Skillus down, and you can see it already here on the screen. Up next, Beyond advances on to face off against MaxPax in the semifinals. Let's go. Let us go. But again, a big shout to Skillus to force the ace match and to go toe-to-toe with Beyond. Again, even that game on Alcyone was very back and forth in its own way. Did end up leading into a longer game, a later game there with solid economies. But Beyond did get the better of Skillus in the end. And now we're getting ready for some more PvP action. I was hoping for a little bit more Zerg, but I mean, especially causing ESL Open Cup Europe, I should be familiar with. It's mainly just TVPs here, especially with Raynor traveling abroad and not being in Europe. Does lead to a lot more TVPs. I'm saying this just because if you were here yesterday, it was almost pure TVP last night in KSL as well. So I'm sure we'll vary it up at some point. I'm sure. And so we're getting ready for our next match. Sorry, I'm just a little bit lost. Okay, there we go. We are getting ready. Diving into, once again, Alcyone. Let's go. Whew. A Banshee out here playing COD with that skill streak. Oh my god. Yo, the Banshee opener was brutal. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that came into that went into that game, and yeah, the opener was brutal as well. That was 12 worker kills in that first Banshee, if you recall. But here we go. We're getting into our next series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. Living in the land of Denmark, it is MaxPax. We go. Shout out to all my big pappies out there. Oh, shout out. Hello, Marbolite. Hello. Tal como estás? Hello, the Indariel as well. Hope you're all doing well. And yeah, again, it's just exciting to see Bjorn be a part of this tournament. Just to reiterate, if you weren't here earlier, Bjorn is in Canada at the moment. He's been in Canada for the past couple of weeks. I think for the past like 2 weeks or like week and a half. staying over at the Shopify HQ with the rest of the Shopify players, with the rest of the rebels, if you will, in preparation for DreamHack Dallas. And that means that he can actually play in ESL Open Cup Europe. It's a rare thing. A very rare thing. As once again we saw this every game in the last series, Rax Expand. Single gas opener here out of Bjorn. We're going for a more economic build. It's so refreshing. Like over the past week, we've seen nothing but double gas openers. Like even in Maru's Best of 7 versus Hero, we rarely saw an economic build. It was always just double gas, doubling down, even at times going in towards mech. Not from Bjorn. No fear. No fear, Bab. As for now, just Rax Expand into our factory. To see Max Pax chilling back at home. Likewise, know that Max was known for a long time for his 4-gate blink. It was very meta and very brutal. This was what, 2 seasons ago at this point? But Max Pax doesn't just have to rely on blink, of course. We've seen him go for Robo or Stargate openers plenty of times. It is a little more varied than that. A little more flexible. As I say that, though, it is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Okay. It's going to be Twilight Council to blink. Whether it's 2, 3, or 4 gateways, we're here to find out, as the Reaper does sneak in. Does slip behind the mineral line, and we are going to get a probe. Or are we? Deptil's lying in wait. Reaper goes for the pass. Does get one worker. Shot goes off, and the Reaper will barely escape. Will get away. But we didn't get into the main. Sure, we got a probe, but we have not scouted the main base. We are still in the dark as to whether this is a Stargate or a Twilight Council. We can see the blinkers on the horizon, and we are still waiting to see how hard we commit to this, how many gateways we throw down. Back at home, mine shot goes off, taken down. Ooh, an adept, not bad. Adept does fall. Interesting, working towards an early mine drop here. Okay. It's going to be Mines and Marines. This is an opener that Maru and Bjorn have been very fond of. I mean, I feel like usually they go with 1 Widow Mine, though. Not with 2. But if we move out with Marines, then it can be to focus down some workers and get economic damage done. Otherwise, it could just be a more old-school mine drop. Okay. I'm ready for it. This is an opener that it's really fallen out of fashion. For those that are maybe unaware, this latest patch that we're playing on did nerf the Widow Mines. And it didn't kill mine drop openers in this matchup, but we rarely see them nowadays. Like they used to be meta. They used to be the go-to opener in TVP, and nowadays you see it maybe once a tournament sort of thing. But some of the Korean Terrans, they like to sprinkle it in. Just sprinkle it in every now and then. Widow Mines towards the main. And with this, we're going to get a full scout of the main base. We get eyes on the Twilight Council and the research. Nice split there from Max Pax, but Bjorn will save both of the Widow Mines. Okay. Nicely done here by Bjorn. He can always dive in and go for another mine drop. Threaten that mineral line once again. Reaper comes in from the natural. And what's important here is that we just scouted the entire base. We scouted both the natural and the main. We confirmed the gateways. We see that it is 3-gate blink. Widow Mines, they come back in, they drop, they burrow, and ooh, 1 Widow Mine shot will go off. Up. Where's it gonna be? Getting 1 probe. 1 probe goes down. Back at home, Bjorn is getting ready with his tanks, preparing for the Stalker aggression that did the scout. Speaking of, here it is. Warping in 3 Stalkers at a time. Bjorn does have a bunker on the low ground, no bunker in the main, but he does have Marines. They're somewhat in position. We dive in. Tank volley goes off. But we can threaten that tech lab. Tech lab does go down. A stim should be safe. Yeah. Stim is safe. We deny another add-on. Forcing back the production. And Max going for another warp in. Now, Bjorn is on 2 tanks. He's got 1 tank in the main, 1 tank in the natural. Is late to siege. Okay, we're sieging up a little bit further back. We're okay. Bunker goes down. Repairs not able to keep it alive. But with this tank, we should be able to hold on. Another bunker gets thrown down. Auto turret in the main, gets 2 probes. Max splitting up his forces. Does deny the bunker. Head into the main base. SCVs are going down. The tank is within range. Very nice positioning, actually. Covering the add-ons and the mineral line as well. But we still get 4 SCVs. Observer spotted. And again, MaxPax is macroing behind this. He's not all in. Remember, it was only 3 gates, which gives you map control, but typically doesn't allow you to kill the opponents. I say typically because MaxPax has killed people with 3-gate blink before. It's crazy. It's it's impressive. I think I remember the other day that someone said like MaxPax plays 3-gate blink like people play 4-gate blink, and it's like, you're not wrong. Not wrong at all. As back at home, he's going for, he's fully saturating his third, working towards a bay, gateway explosion. Working towards eventually charging Colossus production. Gun is going to be without though. So far, good blinks. We don't bleed out any Stalkers. Looking at the Unisol stat, we have yet to lose a single Stalker so far. Blinks have been on point. Observer spotted. As Beyond moves out, Prism is going to be moving in. Beyond has to be careful. Warping towards the main base. Marines are in position. Beyond lying in wait. Ooh, and finally a couple of Stalkers go down. Beyond laying a trap. MaxPax does walk into it. Ooh, and now Beyond can expand. Back at home, MaxPax getting into his Colossus. First one is on the way. Beyond trying to catch out these Stalkers. We do get one. MaxPax late to react. Second Stalker goes down. Nice big offs here by Beyond. Third Stalker as well. Very efficient trades. Oh, going for the medevac. Beyond does pull it back. Very nice boost. Now as Beyond is active on the map, here comes that Zealot drop towards the third base, not into the main. SCVs are going down. And we save every single Zealot. Very nice drop from MaxPax. You got 3 SCVs, you got a Mule. Pulling back home, Dark Shrine on the way. DTs can do a surprising amount of damage here in TVP. Sniping bases, going for mineral lines, slipping into the main. There is potential, as it looks like both players are slowing down a little bit here. We're calming things down. MaxPax getting his 4th up and running. Beyond throwing down his own 4th CC. Ghost production has commenced. The Vikings are on the way as well. MaxPax still working on his Colossus count. He's only on 1, soon to be 2. Second robo, we should be building up towards Disruptors. I know for a while, MaxPax, he was playing around a lot with Colossus into Mass Immortal instead. I know that was something that MaxPax was trying out, but this was like a couple of months ago. But I don't think he quite settled on it. Should be Disruptor thereafter. I remember Trigger was very fond of it as well. This was back in the Gressvan map pool. Or like 2 seasons ago. Beyond does pull back Colossus, bullying him back home. Marauders trading well. Shaving off those shields as the Prism does slip back into the main. And Prism goes down to the Vikings. Very nice SimCity here from Beyond. Cleans up the Zealots. Ooh, they do next to nothing in the main. Very nice trade from the Terran player, and Beyond does take a supply lead. Is that a 3rd robo? It is. A triple robo production. Let's go. Yo, we heard you like Disruptors. So we put Disruptors on your Disruptors. I mean, we're getting there. Nice EMP. MaxPax pulling back. Again, as MaxPax bleeds out a Gateway Army, he's going to be replacing them with Mass Disruptor. Cells do slip into the natural. Getting a couple of SCVs dragging Beyond out of position, and we're going for the base. Not much saturation here, so we don't get any SCVs. The base does take a lot of damage though. But should survive. It does catch fire. It does get quite low. Yeah, Vikings get some free shots in. Tank siege up. Zelts from behind. They get a handful of SCVs. And can we get the tanks? Yeah, the tanks are exposed. 1, 2, 3 of them go down. No support. Bjorn is getting pulled apart. Nothing big, but does bleed out 6 SCVs to the Zealots. Bleeds out 3 tanks. This position suddenly less fortified. And Max Paxton still deny the 4th. Now those disruptors never goes up. Good target firing, but the other not quite connecting either. Reinforcements have arrived. Colossus finally going to be going down. And Bjorn will force Max Pax back. Max Pax back. Guess of the Colossus. Oh, Max Pax overextending. Yeah, he's stuck around a little bit too long here. Does bleed out a lot of high-tech units. But what I will say, thankfully for Max Pax, he has triple robo. He can reproduce like 2 disruptors and a Colossus at a time, which is pretty insane. It does help that he has a rich vesting gas geyser, has a solid economy, 89 workers. Nova goes off, big connection. Ooh, once again. And Bjorn a little bit late to dive, a little bit late to snipe. And Bjorn plummets in supply, down 40. I mean, those are some pretty intense Novas. Now we're coming in for a counterattack. We have Zelts, we have DTs. Pulling in from the other end. And Bjorn just doesn't have the numbers, not anymore. Planetary goes down. Ooh, just barely to those Novas. And GG gets called. It's just too much, and Max Pax will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A pretty back and forth game there between Max Pax and Bjorn. It felt like, for the most part though, Max Pax was in the driver's seat. For almost the entire game, Max Pax was in the face of Bjorn, pressuring his main, his third, his fourth, even the natural. And Bjorn could never move out. He could never push past the halfway point and even threaten the bases of Max Pax. There was a moment or two where Max Pax did overextend. Those were brutal moments. But Max Pax was on 89 workers. He was on 89 probes. And on a rich vesting gas geyser as well. He was able to take those losses and go with it, sustain it. It was terrifying, the macro of Max Pax behind that army, and in the end, Bjorn was broken under the weight of that. GG, Max Pax takes the lead. We're getting ready for game number 2. Catching up in the chat. You also recast NA, or is it just Europe today? Both. We're going to be casting Europe first. We're here in the semifinals, followed by the finals, and then we're going to be diving into the Americas replay cast as well. So both, Pappy, both. I prefer Hellion drop to mines. I mean, that's a little bit more committed, but I can see that. We have seen games ended with Hellion drops before, especially if probes line up. It's brutal. Do mines do less damage now? Their radius is smaller. Their overall splash damage radius, I should say, the damage that the mine does is lessened depending on how far away you are from the center of that mine shot. So yes, is the answer. Yeah, it does do less damage now. Does do less splash damage. Catching up. Oh, hello, my sauce. Oh, calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Diving into our next game. On top of that, another build that was killed is that now you need drilling claws for widow mines to require detection. Before it was the armory. If you remember, there used to be some TVP builds where you would rush into the armory, you'd commit into a heavy mine drop, and if your opponent, if the Protoss player didn't have detection, the game just ends. The game just ends because the mines go off, and then they reset, and they go off again, and you just win the game. So that was a build that was killed because now you need drilling claws, which requires a tech lab, requires the upgrade. It's a bigger investment, and it's not really viable. It's not really viable to rush into it, I should say. But here we go, we're diving into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our red Protoss player from the land of Denmark representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. The mine shot radius reduction is not noticeable most of the time. Maybe it's because we cast a lot here, but it has been noticeable in mainly when it comes to the mineral line. If a mine shot goes off and if a player doesn't react, it actually doesn't get that much damage done. If they stack, of course, it's still brutal, but we have noticed that it has been impacting like mine drop effectiveness, which is the reason why mine drop openers aren't common anymore. I mentioned it last game. We did see a mine drop opener, but it's very rare nowadays in TVP, and that is the big reason for it, from my understanding. You don't notice the mine shot reduction in ZVT against Ling Bane. Like, Ling Bane still explodes when mine shots go up, so it is less noticeable there for sure, but that's also because Ling Bane stacks a lot more as opposed to mining workers. That's what I will say. So there are some instances where you notice it less, or others where you notice it more. As we are entering, once again, another economic opener here by Bjorn. It is going to be a Rax Expand. He's gone for this every single TVP so far in this tournament against both Skilless and MaxPax. And we'll see how MaxPax opens up this time. As a reminder, did open up 3-gate Blink in Game 1. We'll see what happens here in Game 2. They also make the target laser way more obvious. True, yes, that's another change that they made. So it is now easier to split. I do appreciate that. I was always an advocate of, oh, it's 3cc. Okay, it looks like another 3cc 3 racks here at a Bjorn. So we're still waiting for that third racks. But I'm always an advocate for creating more opportunity for counter micro. I do like that a lot. So now that it's more noticeable, now there's more counterplay from the opposing party, whether it's a Zerg player, a Terran, or a Protoss. Now it's easier to, I should say, now you can have the opportunity to micro more against it. I'm always appreciative of. And there's that third rack. So 3cc 3 racks. We saw this, if you remember, Game 1 against Skilless. And at the time we mentioned how this is a build that has been quite popular as of late, has been quite trendy, is very macro-oriented or very greedy, rushing into a third CC, and the 3x follow-up does hit a very strong stim timing. Now, if you remember, against Skilless did scout this ahead of time, and he forced Bjorn to delay his push, and Bjorn waited for his medevacs before he moved out. And then he caught Skilless overextending and caught Colossus, and that was side Delta. We'll see how MaxPax is able to piece this together. Now MaxPax threatening those shades. Back at home opening Blink. We have our 1 gateway in the main base. We have our 2 gates set up at the natural, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink, a very safe opener here by MaxPax. Will allow him to gain map control as well. And against 3-gate Blink, I think MaxPax should be okay here, as the goal is to slow down this bio army, is to chip away at it, make sure by the time it gets across the map, it's that much less of a threat. As the Stalkers are amassing. Stalkers on the way. Laser also helps Terra know if they should retarget. True. Does go both ways. So do see MaxPax going to be applying a lot of pressure. Now, this is going to be a difficult defense for Bjorn. I mentioned before that this build that Bjorn's going for can be punished quite hard by 4-gate Blink. This isn't quite 4-gate Blink, but we mentioned before that MaxPax going 3-gate Blink may as well be 4 gateways, as he does catch the first bunker. Oh! Repair is going to be coming in just in time, and the bunker will stand strong. Nice Blinks out of MaxPax, does save all of his Stalkers, bleeds out the Adepts, takes down 2 SCVs. Max Pack still threatening a dive. Now again, because of Beyond's build of choice, there are no tanks to defend. There's no bunker in the main base either, but we, I believe, already have Stim. Yeah, Stim is already done, so Max Pack has to be very careful with how aggressively he blinks. Stim has completed. Server does fall. Beyond pre-pulling the boys. Yeah, reading Max Packs quite well. Is here for the repairs. Does hold. And behind this, Max Pack's not just expanding, we're going for a Dark Shrine. Okay. Dark Shrine is on the way. Drop into the main. And again, because of how aggressive Max Pax is, he's not giving Beyond the opportunity to move out. Not giving him the opportunity of hitting his timing. Like, all these upgrades are finishing and Beyond is still stuck at home. Marine's going to be going down. And again, this is why this build from Beyond can sometimes struggle against, like, Stalker aggression like this, or Blink Stalker aggression like this. As the strength of this build is to move out and be aggressive, and we just can't. We're stuck, we're contained. Back at home, Max Pack's freely taking a bay. Getting into his robotics bay. Gateway explosion. Yeah, it's looking pretty behind this. Now, Beyond will eventually expand, and there we go, the base is on the way. Beyond should break out of this. Does catch a Stalker. Oh! Gets a second as well. And even a third Stalker. Nice catch here by Beyond. Getting a full Stalker towards the end. And back at home, Max Pax is getting ready. We have a shield battery, we have an overcharge. Immortals are on the way. Does Beyond commit? But now it's just expanding. Max Pax did get eyes on the reinforcements. So he should be getting ready. Second Robo's on the way as well. Max Pax being a little bit greedy here. But here comes that Zealot drop. Zealots into the main and natural. They don't get that much done, but they force Beyond to stay at home. They force him to react. 7 SCVs do go down. So we even have the DT. We had the DTs mixed in as well. They're getting 5 SCV kills. Once again, Beyond is stuck at home. Max Pax does confirm this. Goes down to 4, getting into double Colossus production. There is a double drop set up here at the natural. There is potential for damage, but we do have some forces backing him to defend as well. Max Pax backs off. Once again, goes in with the Zealots. Ooh, SCVs are going down once again. Here comes that double drop. Out of the Colossus, they come out just in time. Yeah, the shield battery and the cannon, they hold on. And this drop does nothing. And back at home, we get 10 SCV kills. 11, 12 SCVs go down. Ay, ay, ay. The drop killed a pylon and threatened another. Didn't get many workers. And Max Pax, he's gone away with a lot. He's gone away with quite a lot here. His economy is insane. He's on 70 workers compared to the 56 of Beyond. We're on double robot production, so we're soon going to hit a critical mass of Colossus with 4. And by the time we hit 4 Colossus, then we can push. As a reminder as well, Max Pax, a big reason why he's been able to afford all this, he has been skipping warp-ins. He has been skipping warp-ins here and there to, get more bases, get more tech. And Beyond has been stuck at home. Busy dealing with Zealots, sure, that's true, but Max Pax is about to hit his stride. What do we have to defend? Now, we have some Vikings amassing. We have Ghosts on the way as well. We do have a defensive setup here. Observer does spot the movement. Let me catch the Widow Mines. That is a tell. The Observer is somewhere. I'm sure Pion is looking for it. Ready for a drop. Is spotted. Max Pax does respond. Okay, we unload. Calm down. Be unloading. Max Pax taking more bases. Disruptors are on the way. Yeah, Beyond is looking for the Observer. Doesn't find it. I was about to say the obvious position is this pillar. This pillar it's so commonly used, but no, it's a little bit further back instead. Does avoid the scan. And that's an army. Oh my god. We have 4 Colossus, we have more Disruptors amassing. Max Pax is now maxed out. Once again, we go for another scan. Oh, that's unfortunate. Beyond still looking for that observer. And as he moves out, Max actually does spot the army. Max is getting ready. Sees the rotation. Base is being taken. Max Pax rotating with the army, going for a Zealot run by. And Beyond is about to max out as well. He's almost there. Army is spotted. And really, this is a distraction. Nova goes off, zones him away. Zelsay busts into the natural base. Ghosts are going down. Those are brutal losses. 2 Ghosts are picked off, and we're going for the base. We're going for the CC. The Disruptors are left on their own. Up! Max Pax! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Disruptors going down. A very nice pick up here by Beyond. Max Pax forced to recall back home. But Max Pax is also making 3 Disruptors at a time. We gotta go. we gotta send it, Papi. Send it. As Beyond is on a bit of a timer, Max Pax is vulnerable. Now is our moment. Now is our time. Scans, sees a Colossus. Zealot Ramais, they keep coming in. And workers are going down. We have DTs in the mix as well. Beyond has to commit, but he's taking a little bit too long. Disruptors are popping out. And pushing into Disruptors is not easy. So the MP, 1 Colossus goes down. Army has to back up. Overcharge is popped. Ooh, big connection. Second over connects, the other grazes the army. They're cleaning up the harassment across the map. We got 11 SCV kills. We killed the CC earlier as well. Piani's all in. He has no economy. He's down to 45 workers. Now 47. Max Pax is maxed out. Beyond pushing forward. I mean, Beyond does have the army supply lead. But it's going to be all or nothing. Beyond does not have a bank. Max Pax does. Do you get an EMP? Nova grazes the army. Oh! Just zoning Beyond back. These are all good traits for Max Pax. As the Nova does connect! Juicy connection there on the Marauders. Beyond bleeding out a bit too much. He will get 1 Colossus. Barely not. Colossus does get the hell out of here. How many Disruptors do we have? 8! Oh my god. 8 Disruptors for Max Pax. I mean, we've hit a point where we have perpetual Novas. We can just keep sending out 1 Nova at a time. Force Beyond back. Speaking of, there's the first Nova. We get a decent split, but the others, oh, massive connections. And that's going to be all that Beyond had left. The Novas, they're getting out of control. The balls are too big. They're too much. We clean up these Colossus at least. We can see Beyond, he barely has an army. GG gets called. Max Pax will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Max Pax as it does take it in the end. Beyond had some really rough openers there, especially here in game 2, to open up 3 CC, 3 racks, and to be punished so hard. We spoke about it at the time, but the 3-gate blink opener of Max Pax was ideal against that. He didn't know what he was up against, but Max Pax actually went 3-gate blink every game, both in game 1 and in game 2. And I wouldn't say it was a hard counter to Beyond in game 2, but it was still a little bit more ideal for Max Pax, and he just contained Beyond. Beyond, he missed his timing, he bled out too many Marines, he was stuck at home. The whole purpose of that build is to be active, and he just couldn't be. throughout almost the entire game. We saw some drop play attempted by Bjorn, but MaxPax was there every single time to shut it down. A big part of that as well was MaxPax's vision. It was unfortunate that multiple times we saw Bjorn looking for that observer. He was trying to hunt it down, but it was barely out of reach every single time. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So MaxPax, he just had full vision of the army movements of Bjorn at almost all times. So MaxPax was looking quite comfortable there. And GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, we have our grand finals. We're going to be getting ready here for Clem versus MaxPax. Oh boy, in a best of 5. You should be familiar with this, especially if you're regularly tuning into ESL Open Cup Europe. You should be familiar with Clem and MaxPax. They face off almost every single week, almost without fail. They're the 2 regular competitors in ESL Open Cup Europe. Do we get Blink is just a safe opener? It is very safe. Very safe opener. 100%. I mean, it's a safe opener, but in the hands of MaxPax, that safe opener can be quite aggressive. Like, it's impressive, even how much damage you can get done with that opener as well. Catching up. Just curious, what does Terran do against Promanovas? Libs, if you're talking about the game state where you are on like 8 to 12 disruptors, I think 12 is usually like the most we would ever get up to. It is to work up towards Liberators. Ideally, you want to be going... So, when it comes to your Terran composition, you're going Bio into Ghost into Viking. As the Colossus count gets a little bit lower, as it's becoming a little bit more manageable, as the disruptor count is going up, then usually you do want to be working towards range and Liberators and incorporating that instead. I say usually because that isn't always the case. Like, there are definitely ways you can play out this style from Bjorn. For example, we saw him catch all the disruptors at one point. That was like a big moment for him. So you can like try to outposition your opponent in that way, but it's quite difficult to make work. It's not easy. Not easy, man. But also, like, stylistically, Bjorn is a little bit unique. Unlike some of these other Terran players like Pure and Clem and even Maru, Bjorn does stay on Bio a lot longer. He does delay his Liberator transition a lot longer as well. That is intentional. I'm pretty sure that's just how Bjorn likes to play. He likes to play very drop heavy and very Bio focused and very active on the map. He usually doesn't like go into Liberators too soon. That's just a Bjorn thing. As we're getting ready for our final series, for the grand finals. The grand finals. And here we go. We're getting into our fresh best of 5, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming for the land of Denmark. Just took down Bjorn 2-0, by the way. It is MaxPax. The most important thing is to not let Protoss players have map control so they don't get perma-kited. Yo, I've seen a TVP in my day where it's not pretty. That is not pretty, Papi. I'm reminded of oh God, who was it? Was it Migs versus? I think it might have been Migs versus MaxPax. Was it? No. Sorry. I'm thinking of Maru. Was it Maru versus MaxPax in WTL like 2 years ago or a year ago? I remember casting with Asher, and I remember because Asher he's our local Terran apologist, and he was smoging quite a bit, seeing that happen to Maru of all players. He's like, what can you do? What can you do? That was also on Gressvan. It was no. It wasn't on Gressvan. It was on the smaller map. Oh my God, what's it called? Hold on. The small map. I believe it was in the Gressvan map pool. Oh God, I can't remember the name. I'm looking it up on Wikipedia. Premier tournaments. Oh god, I'm not gonna remember this. It's gonna eat away at me. Not Waterfall, but around that era. Not Waterfall. the map where you could mine through minerals to take a third base, like a linear third. As for now, we're going for a proxy rack. I should focus on the game. It's going to be proxy racks here from Clem. We do have a bunker on the low ground to make use of these Reapers. Reaper does dip in, forces out the first Zealots, and probes are under fire. We have yet to get a kill yet. One probe does go down, and from here, Clem can go to the low ground and deny any kind of mining at the unnatural third natural base. Oh my god! The unnatural natural. MaxPax is in a really rough position here now. Unfortunately, in this patch, Cyclone follow-ups aren't too effective, or they aren't as effective as they once were. So, true, this response is actually more viable nowadays. I haven't seen this too often. So, what I'm referring to is last patch and last map pool, when a Protoss player was forced to take an unnatural natural and was denied their natural base, they couldn't actually take this base because Cyclone follow-ups were brutal. Cyclone follow-ups would just kill you and they would just pull you apart. And that is one of the reasons why the Cyclone was also nerfed. And in the nerf of the Cyclone means that you can now try and do this, but yeah, we're containing MaxPax to one base for quite some time. Zell moves out across the map, sorry, Adept moves out across the map. Reapers dive in. We have a Hellion as well. And Clem just keeping MaxPax contained for as long as he can. Has to be careful with that repair. SCV getting low. And the bunker is going to eventually be salvaged. And back at him, Clem is expanding. Salvage not quite there. It's going to go down. But the CC is on the way. Neo-Humanity, yes, yes, that's it. Neo-Humanity. Oh my god. You remember, Papi, you remember. But yeah, I remember casting a WTL match with Asher. I'm pretty sure it was Maru versus MaxPax. And we entered that game state where MaxPax had perpetual Novas and Maru just got bullied the hell back. It was, the smudge was real. Asher's smudge was real. Good times, good times. Back at home, we do see, again, our expansion is quite delayed here. So even though Clem did delay mining for so long, has yet to expand, just now getting into his natural base. Meanwhile, he does rock up with a couple of Cyclones. Oh, they are going to be shut down, though. And the pickup is real. MaxPax opening up Stargate. We'll shut down the first Cyclone, moving out across the map. And with these pieces, we're going to be able to completely shut down the aggression of MaxPax. Going to be contained here to his two-base setup. Tank is getting position. It's not ready yet. No, the tank. The lift is real. Boyd's being pulled to repair, but it's too little too late. The tank is going to go down. The tank falls. The Cyclone thereafter. There's barely anything to defend. Boys are being pulled, and we can't afford to lose SCVs. Not in this game state. Not after such a late expansion. Not a bad surround. We get 3 SCV kills. I'm in a bit of trouble. Viking going to be shut down as well. The Marines, one after the other. Now, thankfully for Clem, we're out of energy. We cannot lift up. Not anymore. We're out of energy. Clem has a moment of reprieve. As MaxPax behind this, taking a third base, working up towards his robot production, his Bay production, sorry, into Colossus. Yeah, now Clem is going to be contained. With our Phoenix counts, we can just keep an eye on any kind of drop play, any kind of move out, punish it. Oh. So we still have to be careful. I'm trying to settle into his own 3CC. We have our 3-1-1 setup. Phoenixes, they dip into the main. Again, it's been a very chaotic early game here, and even I'm just trying to find my bearings. Clem does, of course, Max out. And again, back at home, Max, he's just happily saturated on 2 bases, getting his 3rd up and running. Colossus are on the way. Just a much more standard Phoenix Colossus setup here on Crimson Court. When the Phoenixes are not done, we're getting even more damage done here. 2 more CVs. Rotating towards that natural. Cyclone lock-on is going to be denied, but we do get 1 Phoenix. Not bad. 1 Phoenix does fall. But again, Clem doesn't have any stim, doesn't have any upgrades, doesn't have any pushing power, really. Is building up a hefty Viking count, and that will help against both Phoenixes and Colossus. Speaking of, Max already moving out. Uh-oh. The tank on the... Oh, not like this! The tank caught unsieged! Yeah, we smell blood in the water. We go for the kill. The tank is lifted. And the tank does go down. And now the ground army. What can we really do here? The Colossus going ham. Marine's going to be falling. Viking count reset. GG gets called as Max snowballs out of control and will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, I haven't seen that kind of block play too often in this matchup in the new patch, so excited to see Clem do it. And I mean, he did delay the expansion for quite some time, but he was also a little bit more committed. He was doubling down and getting into factory production, of course getting to his Hellions, getting to his Cyclones. He did delay his CC by quite a bit there, hoping to get even more done. Alas, he didn't. And with that, Max does take a lead. Now we're diving into game number 2. Oh boy. This is what I love about Clem and Max is that because they play against each other so often, we actually don't get that many macro games between them. Things can get a lot more chaotic as they're very much so used to each other. They metagame each other a lot as well. It can be quite a different dynamic. And here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Danish Protoss player. The Red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Max. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Down in this series, going for another proxy racks across the map. Okay, this time I'm not distracted by reminiscing about series gone by, about WTL. I'm good. So once again, it's going to be another proxy racks here by Clem. Max moving out. Now with this proxy racks, ideally you do want to not just get into Reapers, but you do want to get that bunker, whether it's in the mineral line or behind it, maybe even delay the expansion, force the unnatural natural as we saw in the previous game. It's going to be a similar setup here by Clem. As a probe scout is going to be coming in, and we do confirm that the Rax is missing. Now the Rax could be thrown down further back into the main, it could be thrown down here at the natural, it could be at the 3rd base, or either 3rd base location. So seeing the missing Rax is not the biggest of tells, but Max, I'm going to play it safe and make that Zealot. Reapers on the way. SV does bide its time here. Nexus is thrown down. And the SV is going for that bunker. The probe on the chase is going to get some hits in. Now this SV can use some RNG to get into the other side of the wall. Bunker's on the way. SV has taken quite a lot of hits already though. Uh-oh. It's getting low. Oh. One shot away from going down. It will barely survive, but the bunker is still quite a ways away. RNG not in Clem's favor. Reaper dips in. Zealot headed across the map. Or headed actually at the choke point. You get 1 probe kill. 1 probe does fall. SV, oh, barely shut down in time. We force the cancel the bunker. We'll knock it up and running, and Max can now freely mine from his natural base. A much cleaner defense this time from our Protoss player. And back at home, Clem is expanding. Factory is almost done. CC is on the way. This time, I believe, a lot faster compared to the previous game. And Max even confirms all of this with the Probe Scout in the main. So Max is fully aware Reaper's going to shut this down. Max Packs, what did we see? We were able to get eyes on the starport, so we're aware of the 111 follow-up. It's not going to be bio-heavy or anything of the sort. And back at home, this time Max Packs is opening up Twilight Council into Blink. It's going to be our Twilight Council opener. Is going to be pulling back. Reapers, they do end up going the long way around here. They avoid the Stalkers. As the Stalkers move out, Reapers are going to be moving in. And we're going to apply a bit of pressure here. The Cyclone should be able to hold the line. As I say that, Depot taking a lot of hits. Reaper's going to cross them out. There is one Stalker to defend. Reapers are forced back, and the Depot is going to fall. Not a bad pickoff. Do get the Depot, but we should clean this up without losing our Cyclone. And Clem will eventually be able to expand here. Back at home, how many gateways do we have? So it's only going to be 2 gate blink from Max Packs. So it looks like more of an econ. Oh no, never mind. Did I say 2 gate blink? That's a 3rd gateway on the way. So 3 gate blink out of Max Packs. Now we saw this against Bjorn, how he went 3 gate blink every single game, and it worked out very nicely for him. We see something similar here out of Max Packs. With 3 gate blink, you're able. It does mean that your 3rd base is delayed. That is true. Your 3rd base is a little bit later than with 2 gate blink, for example. But you gain map control. You strip that away from the Terran player. And you can also harass across the map and even get some damage done. First Reaper is shut down. Prism is on the way, so we can move out and reinforce. Raven coming in to harass is going to be spotted by Max Packs. Is aware. Raven is going to be trapped. Raven's going to be trapped for now. We can always dip in and throw down an auto turret. Behind this, Clem building up his bio, getting into his 3-1-1 setup. With Stim, did prioritize tank production. Thankfully, we've got 1 tank on the low ground. Bunker is done. We have a tank on the high ground as well. So we have a pretty solid defensive line so far. Max Packs looking to contain. Again, our Protoss player doesn't have to try to force the issue and blink into any of these bases. And we test the waters at the natural. We spot the bunker and the tank. Forge is on the way for +1. Charge as well. The game is going to be calming down for a moment as Max Packs is going for the mineral line. This tank not quite in position to defend it, but at least the rest of the bio army is keeping up. Yeah, we just zone that prism away. Getting some hits in. Gateway explosion. Oh, behind this, getting to 8 gateways here for Max Packs. 8 gates and Colossus production also on the horizon. So again, Max Packs, he just skips warp ins. He doesn't reinforce, spending that money on production, on tech instead, settling in back at home, and Clem is going to be contained for now. For now. Once we get Stim, then we can break out. We can break out, we can expand, we can take our 3rd base. We'll get there. Clem is going for his double drop here towards the right-hand side. The Prism is keeping up, but there's no Stalkers. Oh, we can catch the Prism! Up! Prism under fire. Clem unable to catch it. Oh, could even bleed out his own Raven! Oh, that was a full energy Raven as well. That was a rough pick-off. Rough loss for Clem. Max Packs blinking back, going for a Zealot run-by. As we pull back home. Raven's still not able to do much damage. 2 probe kills so far. Headed for the natural. And Clem is sending everything across the map. The tanks they have on siege, they're moving out. Sim is done, so it's +1. Solid force fields here out of max packs. Shaves off a lot of Marines. We can see Clem trying to force the issue just him in. We have the overcharge. Overcharge is popped. Max packs barely holding on. The Colossus arrives just in time. And pushing up this ramp into Colossus is not going to happen. We are within range of the base. Nexus does take some hits. Across the map, the Zealots they get some SCV kills. 8 SCVs go down. Max packs coming in from behind with the Immortal up. Tanks a shot. We do have eyes on this. The base taking some hull damage. Ooh, the Immortal barely does survive. And you can see Max Pax, he is breaking out. Once again, nice juggling with that Immortal. Finally, it goes down. And we're running out of gateway units. That Colossus barely holding on. The Zealots have gone down. We're going for the base. Can Clem break him? It's close. Oh, it's so close. The base down to less than half HP. Chargers come in with these reinforcements. It looks like Clem, he has too much. He breaks through the army. Boys are being pulled. Now we're on 2 Colossus. The juggling, the overcharge once again. Now keeping the Colossus alive. 10 workers go down, and it looks like Max Pax holds. Oh my god, just barely. Buying enough time for the second overcharge. And fun fact, our worker counts are pretty even. Like, we have 51 workers here to 49. This is still better for Clem as he has mules, of course. Still a better economy, going for a double drop into the main base, but Max Pax has survived. But it's not over yet. We have a drop into the main base. We have the main push towards the third. Max Pax still barely has an army. Still down in supply. He's defending with 1 sentry and one Colossus. 2 units. Woodermine's bust in. Vikings, they shut down the Colossus. And Clem, it looks like finally he has broken the third base. As I say that, Zealots are coming in. We have reinforcements. Do catch 12 workers. Drop still active in the main. Going for the Colossus. Up. We go for the dive. And the Colossus goes down. And Max Pax forces split his detention. Somehow once again saves the base, but it did cost him his Colossus. Down to 0. So I'll run by across the map. Going for a warp in. Going for a drop, and Clem doesn't care. He's going to keep pushing. Reinforcements are kept back at home. Overcharge is popped. 8 SCVs fall. Max Pax dropping here at the third. Is going to be forced to recall and will barely save the Prism. Max Pax, he has been able to amass up, not Colossus, but Archons. A handful of Archons. First Colossus does now come out, and Max Pax, he's forcing Clem back. Isn't making probes, though. Up! Isn't making probes, though. Mine shot did just occur there in the center of the map, and it looks like Max Pax has run out of steam. Clem ties up the series. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Clem ties it up, but Max Pax refused to die there. It was crazy. It was crazy. GG, well played. We have a series. We have a tied up 1-1 score. And we're getting ready for game number 3. And again, Max Pax, even though he was barely holding on, he lost all of his Colossus. His economy was crippled. He was down to what, like 36 probes, something like that. Less than 3 base saturation. Less than 2 base saturation. And Clem did barely break him. And we're going for game 3. Still not the ace match, it's a best of 5, but we're here to determine who takes the lead in this series. Whew, let's go. Let us go. We are settling in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion. We have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1. Fighting back here in the grand finals. Can he take a lead? It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Here we go. Goes again. We're going to be able to indulge in some of these maps that are usually vetoed. Our first time casting tonight on Amphion in the best of 5. Love to see it. This map does have some unique features, of course, with the triangular third base being a little bit more defendable. Even the linear third as well. Shorter rush distance by air, so drop play or even Stargate play is a lot more viable here. Likewise, the main base is pretty heavily fortified. Something like 4-gate blink or even 3-gate blink, I doubt we're going to be seeing it just because you can't really harass the main. Likewise, even blinking into the natural is quite an endeavor here, as yeah, you have to work through this narrow choke point or try to be a little bit more creative with how you do engage. So I imagine we're going to be seeing a Stargate opener or a Robo opener instead. I don't actually think I've seen MaxPax go into too many Robo openers himself. I've been seeing it a lot from the Korean Protoss players as a way to open up a little bit more defensively, especially on some of these smaller maps. I'm talking about Ghost River or Post Youth. But yeah, I'm curious how MaxPax does approach these maps and this matchup instead. I'm curious. As the first Reaper does move out, it's going to be threading the bases, catching a probe. Not a bad start. Probe is found. And MaxPax has yet to throw down his tech, and there it is. It's going to be the Stargate opener. Again, Stargate openers and Robo openers are a lot more commonplace on this map on Amphion. Just because of how defendable it is, how difficult it is to, again, be aggressive with those Blink Stalkers. As the Reaper is going to be shut down, and Clem does not get into the main, so is a little bit in the dark. Thankfully does have a second Reaper, but we are blocked off here at the Reaper cliff, so the scout is denied. And back at home, Clem has to play this out safely. Interesting, opening up Reaper Hellion. Okay, it's going to be triple Reaper, double Hellion here by Clem. With this kind of opener, our goal here is to bust into a mineral line and get some economic damage done. Based on our Sim City, we don't have a wall off at the ramp, so there is potential. But the Adepts do scout the army. They scout the build. MaxPax is getting ready. We have 2 Adepts in position. Phoenix is building up as well. And we'll see Clem if Clem can bust through, going for the initial Adept. Hellion takes a lot of damage. First Adept goes down. But the Hellions, they have taken a bit too much. And we should clean this up. Boys are being pulled. Hellion does fall. But the Reapers, they break in. They do bust in. They deny some mining time. A third Reaper has arrived. We get 1 probe. Second probe. And can we get we can get a third. Can we get a fourth? We're out of energy. 4 probes. Not bad. 5. A 5th probe goes down. A very successful push here by Clem. It doesn't just get economic damage done, it also gets a full scout of the tech, confirms the Phoenixes, confirms and even wastes a lot of energy as well on said Phoenixes. Ooh, as we get 6 probe kills. And can we get a 7th? Oh, casito. Confirming additional Phoenixes, and oh, we can! 7 probes do fall. Back at home, we're chilling, getting into Cyclones, getting into Vikings. Preparing here for the eventual counterattack. I mean, that is a lot of Phoenixes. That is something to be respected. But again, Clem is getting ready for it. Marines, Vikings, and Cyclones, everything that shoots up. We'll see if MaxPax can get any kind of counter damage done. So far, the answer is no. But the Phoenixes are still at full HP. They can still threaten the bases. They rotate around towards the main. Clem keeping up with his Marines and his Cyclone. Splits up his forces, does defend. Whew. Does weather the storm, and now we have a 3rd CC on the way. Clem content with macroing from here. So he does have a nice lead. Back at home, MaxPax still focusing on Phoenixes, does dive in, gets one of these Vikings. Oh, barely does. Trading a Viking for a Phoenix. Oh, that was a brutal trade for MaxPax. Considering his earlier losses, we can't afford those kind of trades. MaxPax rotating back in. Oh, doesn't quite catch the tank. Not yet. The Bay is on the way. This is going to be for Phoenix Colossus again. A much more meta standard army composition here, or playstyle in TVP. Oh, you love to see it. Phoenix Colossus back. But it's what MaxPax has to rely on here. He does have to rely on going for the triangular third base. We spoke about this briefly earlier about how this third base is quite defendable. Again, you have to knock down rocks or mine through minerals to gain access to this area. And even if you do, you have to push up a ramp. You have two ramps here on the left and right hand side. So you do have quite a defender's advantage there from MaxPax. Or from the defending player. And we're going into a second Stargate. Oh my god. Okay. Going Mass Phoenix. And this may even lead into a fleet beacon. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on MaxPax. As now we do catch a Viking. Taking some damage, but not losing a Phoenix this time. Pulling back, we've built up towards 9 Phoenixes so far. And the first Colossus is still on the way. Oh! Catching another Viking. And keeping the Viking count low. Important, especially when you're working towards Colossus as well. These Vikings can be quite a threat. Clem getting his third up and running, still maintaining his economic lead. Still does maintain that lead. And we're just waiting for our upgrades to kick in. Stim is done, combat shield is done, +1 is still on the way. Oh, ooh, as this time we do catch a Phoenix. +1 is halfway done. We have our Ghost Academy, the rest of our Vaxes. Clem is pushing. And Clem has yet to confirm the location of the third. Still in the dark. So where he wants to move out, we do see our Marine Scouts checking for expansions. Checking for bases. And there is +1 air attack on the way. Again, we're committing so hard here to Phoenixes. Only just now finishing up our Colossus. And there's that fleet beacon. Let's go. It's going to be Phoenix Colossus into Sky Toss as we dive into the main base. A couple of SCVs go down, but only 2. Well, I'm trying to catch out the Phoenixes, but again, that's a lot of Phoenix. Ooh, gets 1. And what is the ground army looking like? 2 Colossus, 1 shield battery, 1 cannon. More stack defense on the way. The rocks are being knocked down. As Clem did confirm the lack of third on the right-hand side. We almost get a Colossus. Phoenix is dipping in. But that's a 9 Vikings. Versus 13 Phoenixes. There's a third Stargate on the way. Anion Pulse Crystals as well. Phoenix falls again. Very crisp control here from by Clem. He has to be very careful with these Vikings. Doesn't want to throw them away. Oh, gets an extra volley off. Gets a Colossus. And now we commit. Now we stim in. The Phoenixes, they did overextend for a moment there. Yeah, massive EMP on the Phoenixes as well. They melt before the army. Oof. That was brutal. GG gets called. It's just too much. Clem snowballs out of control, and Clem takes a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Clem did an insane amount of damage early on with his Reaper Hellion opener, and it wasn't just that Clem did a lot of damage with his initial opener, it was also that he didn't take any damage from the Phoenix counterattack, right? That was when the onus was on Max Packs to try to get some damage done, but he was also on low energy, had a lot of, and we saw that Clem was so ready with Cyclones, with Vikings, was so prepared for Max Packs, and GG, well played. It was interesting to see Max Packs double down on Mass Phoenix into eventually Sky Toss that was on the horizon there. It was ambitious, but wasn't quite able to pay off in the end. And now we see that Clem is one game away from taking it all. Uno mas, papi. Uno mas is all he needs. Can Max Packs fight back on Site Delta? Let's go. The MP was huge. The MP was huge. It was towards the end of that fight where all the Phoenixes were stacked. We had a massive EMP on them. It took away all of their energy, of course, their shields. And really, Phoenixes was the main bulk of the army for Max Packs. He had like 2 Colossus, but again, no support for them. It was mainly the Phoenix. With that, that was a game. And now we're diving into game number 4, potentially the final game of the series, as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our French Terran player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1. Uno mas is all he needs. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Max Packs. Go. We go. Whew. As we are going to be settling in, Clem throwing down his racks back at home. No going for a proxy racks. Didn't do it last game either, but we've been seeing quite an amount of aggression from Clem throughout this series. This time though, chilling out, going for a more standard opener. Max Packs coming with his Probe Scout, does confirm that the Rax is in position, is back at home. Making sure that everything is as it should be. And we can see that it's a Rax expand. Only a single gas has been taken. We're going for a CC, whether it's on the high ground or the low ground. It's like, attempted to be on the low ground. And Max Packs will confirm, will delay, is being as annoying as possible. Oh, and we'll delay the command center by quite a bit, actually. Oh, and it will be thrown down, delayed by a couple of seconds, you know, not by too much, but definitely an annoying thing here for Clem, as he's getting into a more economic opener. And now, as we're loading into Site Delta, as opposed to the previous map, something like Blink can still be seen. I imagine it's still going to be a Stargate opener. Again, this main base is not as impenetrable as it is on Amphion, but still not as many options or not as many openings here for something like Blink. We'll see. As we're soon to throw down our tech of choice, and it is going to be the Twilight Council. Okay, it's going to be a Blink-based opener. Now, so far in this series, every time we've seen Max Packs open up Blink, it's been 3-gate Blink. We've seen 3-gate Blink more often than not. We'll see if he goes for a more economic 2-gate Blink opener, if he doubles down on 4-gate Blink. We'll see. Might also be, especially after that last game, Max Packs is like, I'm done with Stargate play. I'm done with these Phoenixes. Give me some Blink Stalkers, pap. True. He wants to play some StarCraft. Let him micro. This Blink is on the horizon. Adept's going to be threatening a Shade. In between the bases. So far, we are keeping up. Behind this, it is going to be a 1-1-1 follow-up. Interesting. Going for a Hellion drop. You don't see this too often. But we're banking up Hellions in the main base, going for, I imagine, a medevac. Let's go. I feel like usually when we see Hellion drop openers, it's with a proxy starport across the map just to hit that much quicker and that much harder. But this is not the most orthodox of builds. Okay. I'm liking it. Clem is cooking. He does threaten a dive across the map. It is going to be 2 gates on the way, so it's going to be a 3-gate blink opener once again from Max. So looks like, wait, my apologies. That is not 3-gate blink. That is 4-gate blink. 2 gateways already done. 2 more on the way. 4-gate blink. Let's go. Max is doubling down. Hellion drop is moving out. Gonna take the long way around towards the right-hand side. Now, I am a little bit concerned. We do have our first tank on the way, thankfully. Because Clem skipped his SCV scout, because he skipped his Reaper, Clem actually hasn't scouted the tech. He's still in the dark as to what's going on. He doesn't know whether it's a Twilight Council opener, doesn't know how many gateways there are, so he has to play this out very safely. Bunker is on the way. Here come those stalkers. Drop is moving out. And if the drop hits just as Max warps in, then Max could lose a lot of workers to these Hellions. 3 Hellions do one-shot probes. Here comes the warp in. Hellion drop still waiting outside, still not diving in. As the Stalkers, they dive on 4, they pick off some Marines. And Marines are being focused down. We do have the repair. We're trying to hold on. With the help of the Odotar, we should force back the army. At the same time, Hellion drop into the main base. A very nice movement out of Max. Does minimize his losses. Some probes are going down, but we do warp in back at home. At the same time, across the map, we dive into the main. And we're going for Stim. And there's only 1 tank. It's on the low ground. Stim, it's going to be denied. The second tank siege is up, but a little bit too late. As the army is going to be forced back. But getting Stim is huge. Meanwhile, those 3 Hellions are all still alive in the medevac. Going for another drop. Headed for the natural. We got 7 probe kills, and we're going to get some more. Getting up to 9. Oof. 9 probes, but the medevac is going to be shut down. Max has held. And again, without Stim, it's going to delay any kind of move out for so long. Oh, we don't get the Observer. Observer does survive. Stalker still containing Clem. And Max looking comfortable. Doesn't have to worry about any kind of drop play anymore. Has vision of the main, full vision of the main base, confirms the 3rd TC, confirms that there is no 2 base all in, and we dive into the natural. We focus down the first tank. The bunker goes down as well. The void pool is too late. The boys trying to help out. Yeah, the blinks of Max a little bit too good here. Catch a Viking. And suddenly this position that much more vulnerable. We're still on 2 tanks. 1 in each base. The Observer confirms everything. Oh, as it's finally going to be shut down. Finally, it is spotted. As we distracted the natural, dropping into the main. Can we get combat shield? Oh no, it's going to finish. We'll finish in time, thankfully. Going for SCVs instead. We do get 2. SCVs go down, we get the hell out of there. Again, without Stim, there's nothing threatening the threatening the War Prism. That Protoss medevac. You get me? And Max is not going into Colossus. We're working towards a Templar Archives, towards Archons, and potentially Storm as well. Okay. I see you. Building up the Gateway Army. Clem finally breaking free with the double drop. Moving towards the right-hand side. Max did miss it. Still being quite active. The Observer gets here just in time. The drop is spotted. And we do warp in. And we even recall. Max baiting in the drop. We blink on forward. Full medevac goes down. And so does the second. Massive pickup. 2 full medevacs down the drain. And this is what happens when Clem moves out. He can't. He's stuck at home. Oh. Catches the Stalker. As Clem takes his 3rd base, Prism comes back in. The mines. Oh, not quite connecting. So we're in position, but MaxPax did notice in time. Getting into the mineral line. SCV's going down, going for a warp in. Same time, the main army does push forward. The tanks are on siege. Oh, we catch them. Not like this. One tank goes down. And Clem being pulled apart. Zelt still harassing in the main base. Tank does siege up on the high ground. But what about the third? What about the mineral line? Was we even force some friendly fire? 10 SCVs full. The Prism still alive. Zelt is still in the main. They're still wreaking havoc. As finally the Prism is going to go down. But as it falls, MaxPax hits the third. Just bleeding off too many SCVs. MaxPax taking the economic lead. And we have Storm. We haven't seen it yet, but throughout all of this, we've been taking up. Storm is done. And High Templar are building up energy back at home. We're ready for the main push. Clemmy's had enough, going for another drop. There is an observer in position. We can still hit the fourth. There is still potential. MaxPax sharking around. Drop is spotted. MaxPax does respond. Clem not quite diving into the main. Not that ambitious. Backs the hell off. But this at least did force MaxPax all the way back home. Now Clem, he can stabilize. He can just take a breather here. He can calm things down. Settle into his 3-base setup. 4th base is on the way. But we still have some catching up to do here. And working on Widow Mines. The bio army is quite small as well. A lot of it is tied up in this drop. And the ideal for MaxPax is to catch out the drop on its own. Who catches who? As speaking of, we catch a tank here between the bases. Clem coming in from behind. Oh, but the Storms are here. Yeah, Storm zones them away. So have 2 more High Templar, 2 more Storms, going for a big warp in. And Clem collapsing on the army. Oh, has 2 more Storms, 3 more. Oh my god! As the Storms do connect, GG gets called. MaxPax breaks into the natural, and we're going to the ace match. GG. Going all the way to game number 5. Whew. Let's go. Going all the way to game 5 here. The only way this really could have ended between Clem and MaxPax. Again, they do go back and forth, and it all comes down to this final game on Alkyone. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Catching up in the chat. Oh my god. MaxPax's aggression is a little different than Hero's aggression. It's fun to compare them. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. They have like really different, not even aggression, but play styles as well. That's why it's a little bit refreshing, like dipping into ESL EU. Like mostly we cast Korean players here on the CranKy Ducklings. I have to rely on ESL Open Cup Americas and you know, a rare EU cast here and there, like ESL Open Cup EU, to embrace the Clem v MaxPax. And it is refreshing. It is very different. It is very different. I appreciate it. Hero is a little more chaotic. Hero's a very different kind of Protoss player, and he's a little more unique. Or I mean, they're both unique in their own way, and yeah, a little more chaotic. But here we go. We're diving into our game 5. We're diving into our ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. But yeah, here he's a lot more willing to embrace proxies, whether it's Proxy Robo, Proxy Gate, Proxy Stargate in these openers, working towards charge-based all-ins, Storm openers, Robo openers. We spoke about that earlier as well. It's just, yeah, it's very different. Whereas I feel like MaxPax is a lot more known for his like 3 and 4 gate blink like control, where arguably he has like the best like PVT 4 gate and 3 gate blink micro out there. It's insane we can get done with it. I feel like it's a very iconic play style from MaxPax. As we're settling in, and okay, Clem is going to be going for a double gas opener instead. Interesting. Going for a double gas, which means going for a faster factory. If we were casting Oliveira or Gumiho, I'd be like, yo, 1 base all in. Nah, not here. Just racks into factory, into an expand. Pro being an annoyance, and ooh, almost gets an SCV. Oh. Is forced back though. And typically, usually we want to recall this probe, but with how low it is, oh my god. Almost gets a worker, but it should be shut down. And no escape for the probe. As the Reaper moves out across the map. Now, with a double gas opener, this could be Reaper Hellion. It could be reacted Reaper into Hellion, and we could see something similar to what we saw in Amphion, where Clem busts into the mineral line and gets a lot of damage done early on. This could be for a Mind Drop opener. Speaking of, we do have our first Widowmine on the way. This could have been for a Cyclone-based opener as well. I mean, we have options. We have options here. For now, we do have our first Widowmine on the way, just to be safe. And it shouldn't be a surprise, we were just talking about a more iconic playstyle from MaxPax. It is Twilight Council, it is Blink. Now, how many gateways? Ooh, as 1 probe goes down. Not a bad pickoff. Ooh, but we lose the Reaper. And with that, Clem is in the dark as to what's going on. Reaper does go down. Ooh, we don't bait out the mine shots. So trading the Reaper for the Adepts. But a little bit more important here that Clem was not able to get eyes on the tech. But we'll soon be able to with the drop. As here comes that medevac. This is an opener that Oliveira is very fond of, going for the singular Widowmine into Cyclone into medevac drop, where you move out with everything. You have the Marines and the Widowmine in the medevac, and you have the Cyclone to support on the ground. It's a very aggressive opener. Can get a lot done early on, and can even threaten some of the production as... Ooh, the second Adept goes down. These are some pretty big losses early on. I say that just because at this stage of the game, you don't have a lot of gateways. You have 1 right now. We have 1 Stalker to defend, and we are pushing out. Clem is moving out. These additional gateways are finishing up. It's going to be another 3-gate Blink opener out of MaxPax. We are boosting on in. MaxPax, what do you have to defend? Okay, we have 3 Stalkers, 2 Stalkers in the main, 1 Stalker here at the natural, thankfully. So we did just warp in. Job headed for the mineral line. Stalkers a bit out of position. Ideally, the Widowmine wants to zone away these Stalkers. Speaking of, Mine Shot not quite connecting, but the Marines, they're going for the workers. It's the Marines for the probes, Widowmine for the Stalkers. And we get 8 worker kills already. Oh god, Cyclone towards the natural. 9 probes go down. And Cyclone does bust in. And the Mine Shot, doesn't quite connect. But it's still available. We get a Stalker. We get a Stalker. Cyclone's still going ham here at the natural base as well. We're pulling MaxPax apart. That's going to be 13 probe kills, and we're not done. Can we get one more? 14 probes. 15, that's an entire mineral line. An entire mineral line has already gone down. Now, we will clean this up, but this was a bit too much as the Liberator arrives as well. We barely have an economy to begin with. Ay. And MaxPax is committed. We have to go. We're moving out with everything we have. Our Stalkers, our Prism. And what do we have to defend? We have 2 bunkers on the low ground. We have a tank on the high ground as well. We are prepared. We're ready for whatever comes next. And Clem just getting too much damage done early on. Going for an extra warp in. We're building up to 8 Stalkers and a Zealots. Everything we have. Tank is sieged. We have a Banshee as well. Second tank does siege in time. Yeah, we cannot threaten this. We cannot break this position. MaxPax trying to come in from behind, going for the mineral line. We'll blink in. We'll get a couple of SCVs. Tanks out of range. Oh, barely. As the Stalkers, they also avoid those bunkers. Nice moves here by MaxPax. Avoiding the tanks and the bunkers, but we'll still bleed out Stalkers. Oh, 2 Stalkers go down. MaxPax is still on 29 workers. Liberator was cleaned up across the map. Barely an economy. 4 probes went down. And MaxPax is still committed. Now, we have seen MaxPax make some magic happen with his Blink Stalker control. True. We have seen it before. We dive on the tank. Tank does fall. Marines not quite ready for this. They were in the main. Not a bad start here by MaxPax. Gets a tank, rotates around. 2 tanks in the main. Could we maybe even go for Stim? Go for the workers. Go for the mineral line, and we're diving on the tank. Clem not quite where he needs to be. We get the tank, 4 more SCVs. Again, very nice damage here from MaxPax. Shaving off even more Marines. Clem losing a lot here. Now he does rotate over towards the main base. Oof. We still cannot push into tank range. MaxPax going for another warp in. Doesn't quite get the Raven. Almost. Fire pushing forward. No Stim. But Clem, now he has enough. He can push through with the help of these Marauders. Ooh, he's chunking away at these Stalkers, and MaxPax is bleeding out his army. Trying to get as much value as possible. Gets another SCV. And we'll get a couple more. Again, it's impressive. And give MaxPax like a handful of Stalkers. A Prism and Blink. Let's go. In the end, we got 14 SCV kills. And almost even amounts. Compared to what he lost. But, I mean, Clem still has the Mule, still has a better economy, still up in workers. MaxPax getting a 3rd base, is making a game out of this. But Stim is now done. And now with the Viking, we have to back off. Aggression has ended. You went going for the Prism. Oh! We get it! A worthwhile trade for Clem. Whew, and now he's stabilized. Clem, he's stable here on 2 bases, getting a 3rd CC. Stim is done. Combat shields +1 on the way. We should be hitting a timing with that, with our tanks, with our upgrades. And MaxPax, what will we have to defend? Right now, just a gateway-focused army. Charge almost done. We're going for a Templar Archives for Archons and Storm, not for Colossus. Bear that in mind. I mean, this does mean that we can have Archons a little bit faster. Colossus take longer to make it, to bring out. Especially without that upgrade, but we have the double drop on the right-hand side. Oh, trying to cash out the Stalkers. Clem forcing that blink. Yeah, there's the blink, and we get us around. GG gets called. We catch all the Stalkers, and there's no coming back from this as Clem will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Europe champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem as he will take it in the end. Again, a very explosive early game as Clem opened up Marine Widowmine, but it wasn't just that. If you remember, MaxPax did slip up a little bit early on and he lost his first 2 Adepts. It doesn't sound like a lot, but we mentioned it at the time. That early on, when you have 3 units to defend, those 3 could have been 4 or 5 there, and again, we were down to 3 Stalkers. Really nice control out of Clem as he was able to zone away the Stalkers with the Widowmine, able to just snowball out of control with the economic damage. Got so many probe kills and set himself up for success. It was impressive what MaxPax was able to accomplish with his counterattack. Very impressive, catching tanks, getting SCVs, but it still was not enough. And GG, Clem will take it. GG, well played. Oh my god. But a very back and forth and very intense series there between our 2 players. It was beautiful. Was beautiful. It was beautiful. Oh. And yeah, with that, congratulations to Clem as he's going to be this week's champion for the European region. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing more of him as we get ready for the Americas region. For those that are maybe unfamiliar or unaware, there are two players, I say two players, there are a handful of European players that stay up and go full degen whenever it's time for ESL Open Cup Americas. I believe the event goes deep late into the night, you know, playing at like 4, 5, 6 a.m. in the morning. The players, the usual degens in ESL Americas are Geralt, Wayne, Max, Pax, and Clem. Those are the 4 that come to mind. Sometimes Skilless, maybe, not really Skilless, not really Showtime. Lambert doesn't stay up, Hero Marine doesn't stay up. There's like a select key number of players that stay up for ESL Americas. And we're about to jump into the ESL Americas broadcast. Let's go. Oh. And I hope you enjoyed that Clem versus Max Pax series, because we're gonna cast them again. And we're gonna cast them again in ESL Americas. They're gonna be facing off here in the semifinals. I'm gonna need a moment to set up all the overlays, to set up the stream title, to get things ready for our next broadcast. For those curious what's going on, we just wrapped up ESL Open Cup Europe, and now we're going over the ESL Open Cup Americas replays. We were unable to cast them live. Usually we do, but these past 2 weeks we've been on an EU sleep schedule, so I haven't been able to cover and cast the Americas weeklies. Instead, we've been covering them via replays. Just as a heads up. ESL America is always the NA server. NA server is favored, so it is favored. But if you have like 2 EU players playing, they play on EU. If you have 2 Korean players playing, they play on Korea. So usually like it's we prioritize NA, but if it's ever like 2 other regional players, then we play on a different server. We try to keep it as fair as possible. Oh my god. Oh, GP, calm down. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Here we go. The early game from Clem is not standard. Yeah, there are some players that like to embrace it. Like Oliveira does that almost every game. Like going for the Widowmine into Cyclone into Medevac drop for that early push. Oliveira is very fond of it. But he's like the main player that comes to mind that like always does it. Clem mixes it up. Here we go. But yeah, for now we're going to be going on a short break. Hope you've all been enjoying the broadcast so far, and we're going to be going on a short 5-minute break. Take this moment to get some rest, you know, get some snacks, hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, and cuddle your carriers. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with ESL Open Cup Americas. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second half of the broadcast here tonight. We just wrapped up with ESL Open Cup Europe number 229, and now we returned with ESL Open Cup Americas with our second and last kind of half of the broadcast here. Just catching up on what events did occur earlier this week, a couple of days ago. And you may be wondering, hold up, have you not updated the match order right now? Didn't we just cast MaxPax versus Clem in the best of 5? Yes. And now they're playing again. I mentioned before that there are some key European players that do stay up late into the night to compete in ESL Open Cup Americas. Clem and MaxPax are some of them, and they've made it all the way here to the semi-finals. Now, in the previous broadcast for Europe, we were able to cover some of the quarterfinals first, into the semis, into the finals. Unfortunately, here for the Americas broadcast, I actually don't have any quarterfinals matches available. I would love to. I would love to cast more. But when it comes to the replay pack that I was provided, for those that are curious, ESL, they provide replay packs to all the casters, like ourselves. You know, Pig gets them, Loco, Winter, you know, all the casters get them. And unfortunately, for this pack, we only got the semis and the finals. So I would have liked to have, you know, sucked my teeth into a little bit more of this region's weekly, but alas, we only have a couple of matches here, or a couple of series, I should say. Regardless, I'm happy to indulge and embrace them. This is also another reason why I want to get back on, like, you know, my regular sleep schedule, so I can cast this live, so I can, you know, cast all the games. Not as reliant for other casters to submit their replays. As it is going to be Clem versus MaxPax in a best of 3 to determine who makes it on into the grand finals. Let's go. Just need a moment here to set things up. Un momento. Por favor. As game 1 is going to be taking place on Alcione. Oh, wait, we're loading back in. This is where the series ended previously and where it begins now. And again, both Clem and MaxPax, they go back and forth. Clem was just our ESL Open Cup Europe champion, and merely hours later, they're facing off here in the Americas. And we'll see if history repeats itself, or if MaxPax can get his revenge. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcione, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. Ooh, it is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax from the land of Denmark. And again, both MaxPax and Clem, they are grinders when it comes to the European regions. They play in every Open Cup they can. They stay up deep late into the night. It's like 5 a.m. for them when they're playing this tournament, by the way. They're going full degen. But they are regulars here, and they often do take the cake. The difference is, of course, is for ESL Open Cup Americas, Koreans are also involved. Less so in the European region. We saw Björn earlier today, but that's only because Björn is staying in Canada at the moment. That's why he was able to compete in ESL Europe. Outside of that, we rarely get any Koreans compete in the European region. It's different here in the Americas, where because the Americas, the server is situated kind of in a more neutral ground, the Europeans and Koreans can face off against each other with a bit of a more fair playing field. As for now, MaxPax getting across the map. Gonna be, again, being an annoyance here for Clem. Clem is gonna be going for another double gas opener, so double gas into a faster factory. I'm getting a bit of deja vu. Now, we just saw a double gas opener on Alcione. We just saw Rax into factory, into an earlier Widow Mine, towards a drop, towards early game aggression that did a little damage. I don't imagine it's going to be the same build again. I'm sure we're going to be seeing something different. I'm sure. Until then, just catching up in the chat. I guess you could call this match the climax of the tournament. Pigeon Wrench, you're an animal. I mean, you are an animal, true. I'm shaking my head. Shaking my head, Bobby. Shaking my head. Clem plus MaxPax, like, pulling other people out of money in the weeklies. I mean, they are some of the dominant forces in the European region, for sure, for sure. I mean, again, they're usually the champions of the EU weekly. And they're not strangers to champions of the NA weekly either. as it is going to be a Stargate opener back at home. Meanwhile, Clem is not opening up with the early Widow Mine. It is going to be a Cyclone-based opener instead, which means we're not rushing into the starport as quickly as we did before. So it's going to be a very different opener. This could be a double Cyclone drop, actually. Okay, so Clem is mixing it up. And back at home, MaxPack's opening up Stargate instead. I mean, this map is a little bit larger, and it looks like MaxPack's just hoping that maybe Clem is going to be less aggressive this time. We'll see how this turns out. Reaper dips in, shield battery is ready. The Reaper will get a full scout of the main base, and we do get eyes on the Stargate. Clem is aware of the tech. For them just staying up 3 hours longer, for the others to staying up 4 hours longer, so that since they're not in the finals. Ah, true. Yeah, usually a lot of the other European players, they just go to bed. They just like, yeah. I can't remember the last time like Lambo or Hearthstone or Hero Marine, like they don't, yeah, they usually don't stay up for the NA weekly. They just go to bed, get some rest. They wake up when the sun comes out. Animals, I know, it's crazy. Go to bed when it goes down. Aye, aye, aye. As Reaper does dip in. We spoke about this double Cyclone drop opener, and we do have our 2 Cyclones, but interesting, we don't open up Medevac. I guess because we did scout the opener of choice, because we scouted the Phoenixes, we're just staying back at home, just building up a Viking Cyclone cannon instead. So a much more defensive setup here from Clem. But he is building up an extra round, and soon he will have enough to move out. Speaking of, here comes that move out, and again, that's quite a lot of DPS available. Now, MaxPax unfortunately doesn't have control of the Xel'Naga. He doesn't spot the move out, does thankfully have a second shield battery on the way. Phoenixes move out, and they do come across some of the army, as the Marines are kept hidden. The Marines are kept hidden in the back line. Second shield battery does finish up in time. And Clem is going to be backing off. Okay, he decides not to commit. I do think there was potential. I do think, especially with the Immortal Soul on the way, I mean, there are 2 shield batteries, so there's potential for damage here. Regardless, Clem will back off, and we're going into a 3rd CC. Interesting. So we're building up towards a longer game. Phoenixes, they threaten the mineral line, and I'm sure that's what Clem is more concerned about. Does get home in time, will protect his base. And we're gonna be entering a bit of a longer, later game. MaxPax takes the 3rd, so is Clem. Whew, okay, we're calming things down, pal. Calming things down. Pieces they dip in, and it looks like we do catch a Viking. Viking goes down. We keep the Phoenixes alive. Nice pick up here by MaxPax. Behind this, the Bay is on the way, so it looks like this is the beginnings of Phoenix Colossus. Let's go. Phoenix Colossus on the horizon here for MaxPax. We saw this on Amphion earlier. Beyond in Canada, did he feel like some pancakes? Shout out to the people letting Emperor Fuble know in the chat. But yes, he is there for the Shopify bootcamp. Isn't just Beyond, but it's also Hearthstone, Scarlet, Lambo. They're all there. The Rebels are all together. And fun fact, we were looking at the open stage of DreamHack yesterday, and we'll have a look at it today as well. It's brutal. The open stage is brutal, Bobby, for the Shopify players. I do feel bad. I do feel bad about it. Smurge. Basically, 3 of the 4 players are in the same group in the open stage. Feels bad, man. Back in the day, we had a bunch of Team Liquid team kills. Now, the Shopify team kills are real, as we do catch another Phoenix. Or we do catch our first Phoenix. Phoenix goes down, Colossus are building up back at home. Colossi are amassing. And Clem was just trying to situate his 3rd base. Again, there is the Observer right over the main army. So if there was any kind of move out, MaxPax would be aware. As he sees the army chilling back at home, we're just throwing down a massive gateway explosion, +1, charge, Extendable Lancer on the way, we're teching up. We're chilling back at home. MaxPax feeling pretty safe and secure. We do scan. We do catch the Observer. Observer does go down. See the Vikings trying to be in position, trying to zone away those Phoenixes, but they hit the natural. Pick up 2 SCVs. Back up from there. Vikings again trying to keep up. 4th base on the way. We have taken additional gases, so this is going to be enough to get into a 2nd robo, to get into double Colossus production, eventually double Disruptor production as well. We're building up to it. As opposed to Skillets we casted earlier, who did skip his gases and go for a more charge-heavy composition instead. Interesting, instead of a 2nd robo, we have a Templar Archives on the way. Okay. Could be working towards Colossus and Storm instead. Phoenix is moving out. Once again, they threaten that 3rd. Getting an SCV here and there. I mean, it's no major damage from Max Pax, but he's just dipping in, getting like 1 or 2 SCVs here and there, dipping out. Doesn't lose too much. Doesn't lose anything. As again, the tempo of the game has slowed down a bit. Clem doesn't move out with a double drop, is spotted by the Zealots. Max Pax is aware, gets in position. Archons are amassing, Blink is on the way. Storm has not been researched yet. Silver Lines on the Colossus for splash damage. Now, what's important as well is that Clem has been building up this Viking count from almost the entire game here, from the beginning. 9 Vikings, pretty hefty amount against Colossus. The Archons will help against that. They can help zone them away. If they get too close. This Max Pax taking a 5th. Oh my god. Based on the horizon. And we're going to be able to chase away the double drop for now. Pushing into tanks is going to be a different story, but we're bleeding out a lot of Marines. Marines are shaved off. Then Max Pax does retreat. Now, it looks like the Temple Archives was just for the Archons. We did not research Storm. We are going for the 2nd robo and Disruptor production. Okay. So again, looks like we did just want those Archons to help support the Colossus against the Vikings. If the Vikings stack up, the Archons, they can go crazy. The downside, of course, is that they have a bit shorter range. Archons do have to get up close and personal with the Vikings. But there is potential. Prism dips in. And the turret not done in time. Unfortunately, with supply blocked. Oh, that's an awkward supply block. One Zealot gets warped in and won't get much done. Gets an SCV. Max Pax was stuck at 188 supply at the time. Asberg now pushing in towards the 4th base. Trying to get into one of those tanks. Nova does connect, but ooh, it's not going to be enough. The SimCity too good. And Max Pax does retreat. And that was a brutal choke point trying to break through. And Clem holds. At the same time, Zealot run around the right-hand side. The tank is exposed. Nice pick off there by Max Pax. Gets a tank for Zealots. Rotating around. You see the trades here. Getting 2 tanks in total. Bleeding out a couple of gas units from the side of Max Pax. Oh, catching another tank. Another tank goes down. We dive off the ramp as well. Nova goes off. Not quite connecting. Forced to retreat. Oh, and these Vikings are going ham. They get a Colossus. They get 1. They pick off every single Phoenix. And Max Pax does have to retreat. Does pull back, going for a 3rd robo, going into triple Disruptor production. How many Disruptors are we on? 5 so far. Soon to be 7. Soon to be even more than that. As we do try to force our way off the ramp. Not a bad Nova. The choke point working against Clem there, but the Colossus are going down one after the other. The Vikings, they do clean them all up. The Colossus go down. And again, it's awkward for both players to really engage. Them trying to come in for a flank. But again, it looks like Max Pax is slowly breaking through. Oof. Okay, we have to pull back. Pulling back away from those tanks. The Disruptors do hold their own. Up! Grazing the army. eventually MaxPax is forced to retreat. Whew. And I love immediately we see Clem throwing down those buildings once again, making sure that those choke points stay a problem here for MaxPax. Again, with such a zealot heavy composition or a ground heavy composition, it's just so awkward to break through this. Oh. But Clem does rotate around, he exposes his tanks. Yeah, 1, 2 tanks going down, we bust into the mineral line. Novas do connect. Will we come in for a flank? And can we get on top of those disruptors? It looks like we can. Up! We're trying to. 1 disruptor goes down, another big warping of zealots coming in from behind. The Nova's less than ideal, but we're setting up for a surround. There, we set up the surround, we recall the disruptors, we save them just in time. MaxPax he gets the hell out of there. Saves most disruptors, impressive. Zealots make it out as well. And MaxPax has every other base on his side of the map. On 94 probes, an impressive economy. Again, making 3 disruptors at a time. We're on, how many? 7, soon to be 9 disruptors. Who needs Colossus? Not anymore. Oh, these Zealots, they get a lot done. Forcing better friendly fire. At the same time, mass DTs, they take down the Planetary. Oh my god! How many Dark Town? 10! Planetary goes down, tanks as well. They blink away. Now, thankfully, Clem can replace that Planetary, but now it's an orbital, and we lost 18 SCVs. Finally, MaxPax gets some damage done. He's able to cripple the economy, or at least hindered in some way. Liberators have arrived, but they're exposed. They're going down one after the other. There's not enough freedom. The Nova's becoming too good. Planetary not done yet. 24 SCVs go down, and MaxPax, he can keep fighting. He can keep trading. Not backing off. DTs are coming back in. Clem was keeping up for so long, but not anymore. That's a kill on the orbital. The kill on the base. We do have to respect the Liberators. We do back up for now. He got 32 SCVs. Oof. Nice snipes out of Clem. Gets 3 disruptors. Oh my god. Clem. Very impressive. But there's still just too much on the ground. The chargelets come in. We force the pickup. We take down another tank. Ooh, and another. There's 2 more tanks full. DTs, they come back in for the 3rd time. Getting more SCVs, forcing the scan. Thankfully, the army is somewhat in position. And Clem is down to 51 workers. Trying to reestablish his bases, but MaxPax just not letting him breathe. And just non-stop aggression here from MaxPax. So important as well that he maintained his disruptor count for so long. Double drop moves out across the map, forces the recall. Oh, the disruptors! Splits are, oh, they're okay. We take 1 over to the face, but we shut down all the disruptors. Nice clean up there from Clem. Very nice catch. And what are we down to? We're down to 2 disruptors. 2 disruptors left, but we have a bank. We have a lot of money to work with here. We're making 3 Colossus at a time now. MaxPax is maxed out once again. And Clem needs time. He needs time to rebuild. Ooh. Barely snipe another tank. Zealots, they wreak havoc in the mineral line. 14 SCVs go down. Yeah, as we hit the southern base as well. GG gets called, Clem gets pulled apart, and MaxPax takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. You need more freedom, true. GG again. Clem, for the most part, he was able to keep up with the rotations of MaxPax, but there was a certain point where, if you remember, when Clem was trying to rebuild his stack defense at his 3rd base, and he rotated towards the north. Instead, MaxPax hit the same location again. He was able to just keep the tank count low, maintain control of kind of the map as well. At no point was Clem ever able to move out. Like, MaxPax is so good at this as well, just being hyper aggressive and maintaining map control. And I think we saw that double drop 1 time for Clem. He was only that 1 time able to break out. Outside of that, he was just stuck defending back at home and struggling to defend. Ooh. And with that, Clem takes the lead. Sorry, MaxPax takes the lead. And can Clem fight back? Can he fight back here as we're getting into game number 2? We're going to be loading into Site Delta. Let's go. Site Delta is going to be coming up next. Again, MaxPax needs one more win here to get his revenge. As a reminder, earlier today we did see the finals of ESL Open Cup Europe, and our Terran player was the victor there. He was the champion. But now here's that rematch in a best of 3, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. Can he fight back? He needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Clem. Este Eistan. MaxPax is maxed out. Clem is clemmed out. Ah. What does that mean? Este Eistan. Let's go. As we are settling in, we do have our SCV going the long way around. It does avoid the main probe scouting pattern. Getting across the map, we do have our first racks back at home. And it is going to be a double gas opener here by Clem. Now with this SCV, we can go for an eBay block at that natural. And I believe that should be what we're going for. There it is. eBay has been thrown down. So if this was the last patch, this would lead into MaxPax pooling some workers and forcing a cancel on this eBay. On the new patch, the most recent one, we should be seeing MaxPax take the unnatural natural instead. We'll see how he does the purchase. Okay, he pulls the boys. Gonna be pulling the boys, will focus on the eBay. So this is quite a nice start here for Clem. Does force quite a lot of mining time. SV comes back in. Oh, trying to get some more building time on the eBay. And we'll get a couple of seconds of that, but we will force a cancel. We will force that cancel. Up, getting low. Does force a cancel. There's the Nexus, and MaxPax can get back into his build. It's going to be quite delayed, but we'll get into it. Back at home, Clem opening up with his factory follow-up. Did go Reaper first. Did go for said Reaper. Moving out across the map, gonna catch a probe. Adept will come out in time to defend the main base. We'll see if we can get some more damage done. As we're going for a take of choice, it's gonna be another Stargate opener from MaxPax. Okay, we saw a lot of Blink play earlier in the finals of ESL EU, but here in Americas, back-to-back Stargate play. Okay, MaxPax taking a different approach in the rematch. Back at home, Clem going for his CC on the high ground. He's expanding. Reaper dips in. Adept is in position. The scout is denied. He clemmed all over himself. God. Aye. Calm down. Will Cyril be at Atlanta, or is he too busy being G.I. Joe? He'll be at Dallas. Yes. It's DreamHack Dallas, not DreamHack Atlanta, as a heads up. Atlanta was last year. It's all this. It's all in Texas. It's fine. It's all the same. True. Same place. As our CC is being landed. Clem is following this up with his drop. Again, it's going to be a Widowmine-based Marine drop, or Marine with Widowmine to support. We do have our Cyclone as well, followed by a Liberator. This was the same build we saw in Alcyone in those finals. And we have seen this wreak havoc and get it out of hand. Back at home, what do we have? We have a Shield Battery at the natural. We have a Stalker and Adept. In the main base, we're looking a little bit more bare bones, but okay, we do have a Shield Battery as well. We have our Shield Batteries in position. Clem is slipping into the main, going for the mineral line, and he will get some probes. Gets one so far. Probes are going down. Cyclone poised to dive into the natural. The Phoenixes dive in, and they will clean up these Marines. Ooh. Yeah, 4 probes in total. But this is going to be forced back. And Clem doesn't dive in. He's going to get some extra probes, though. 7 probes going down. Oh, my God. 8? Can we get 9? Yeah, not quite. But 8 probe kills, not bad. It did cost us some medevac, unfortunately. And the other big thing here is that this is a much faster cleanup this time from max packs, which means we can counterattack. And what do we have at home to defend? We have some Cyclones and Vikings in production. We did go tank first. I'm pretty sure a big reason for this is because, remember, Clem didn't scout the tech early on. He didn't know if it was Blink or not. Against Blink Stalkers, the tank would be ideal. Against Phoenixes, the tank doesn't do much. But the Marines are ready to defend the natural. We have our Cyclone Viking in the main. Oh! And we do catch an SCV and a mule. Not bad. Again, Marines can be abused a little bit because they don't have stim. They are vanilla Marines. Ooh. So we do catch a Viking. Behind this, Max Pack's going to very fast Colossus production, working towards the bay. Into Colossus before the 3rd base, a very safe transition here from Max Packs. Most players would expand first, but Max Pack staying on 2 bases a little bit longer, making sure he survives the push. And Clem is pushing. Because he made that early tank, he has to make use of it somehow. 3 probes go down to the lib. To that Liberator. Clem rotating around. He's looking for the 3rd base, a 3rd that doesn't exist. Not yet. And Max Pack has his first Colossus. Clem once again checking. Does push forward, runs into the main army, does siege up. At the same time, Phoenixes, they catch reinforcements. Adept does go down. And we're going for the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Max Pack just has to make sure he doesn't overextend with the Colossus. Oof. Speaking of, just calm down. Phoenix is running out of energy, racing back. They can now help here against the Vikings. And Clem backs the hell off. The Observer does confirm this. So Max Pax is aware, and he's hoping to maybe catch a Viking. Or any stray unit. Coming back in, getting 3 Marines. Getting the Mule as well. And we are going for the tank! A juicy pick up here, and it looks like the repairs are maybe just barely enough. Oh my god. Tank does survive. Just barely, Poppy. Phoenix is threatening another dive. 3rd base is finally being taken. Now, this 3rd is a little bit late here for Max Packs, but again, he was just playing it very safe. If he took it earlier, then Clem would have committed and most likely would have denied the 3rd anyway. So it's very safe play here from Max Packs. The downside is that Clem actually has an economic lead. His 3rd base is being taken faster than that of the 3rd of Max Packs. Likewise, the worker count in favor of Clem as well. So he has a nice economic advantage. Behind this, Max Packs already on 3 Colossus. Oh, this is going to be a very strong timing, actually, going for a Gateway Explosion. It's going to be an 8-gate setup here for Max Packs. Temple Archives on the way, charge as well. Phoenixes, they hit the main. Not much to pick up. Getting some SCVs. 2 SCVs go down. And some reinforcements. 2 Widow Mines. Not bad at all. And this triple Colossus push, we'll see how hard we hit. Yeah, Archons are prioritized. No gases at the 3rd, not yet. Going for mainly Zealot reinforcements and Zealot Warpins as the 8 gateways are finishing up. Do we have a Prism? We do. Okay, Prism moving out to harass, actually. Now, we can break this. We have a lot of Phoenixes, and if we pick up and lift every single tank with the Phoenixes, then the ground army can snowball out of control, especially with charge out reinforcements, but it looks like MaxPax is going for a backstab with the Zealots, and then pushing in with his main force, with his main army. Tank shots going off. We don't commit yet, waiting for those Zealots. Zealots are warped in. MaxPax does back off. Let's pull back for now. Going for another warp in into the main base. Clem hyper-fixated here on the main army. SCVs are going down. We deny mining time, and now we collapse here on the main force. Oof. Not quite enough, though. There's a little bit too many Marines. There's too much bio. Prism goes down. Zealots are cleaned up. We get 10 SCV kills, and MaxPax has to retreat. If MaxPax had warped in Zealots with the main army, then maybe he could have broken this, but without those Zealots, he has to respect this. Did we just kill one of our own tanks? Did that just happen? My brain was just processing what happened, and if it's friendly fire, it doesn't show in the unit's loss, fun fact, so there's no dead tank there, but I'm pretty sure we may have just accidentally clicked on our own tank. That is a little bit scary. That is a little bit worrisome. MaxPax is building up. I think, yeah. We did end up losing one of our tanks there. We are pushing in. Phoenixes are going for the lifts, and again, there's only 2 tanks to deal with now. One tank goes down, the other is lifted. And do we have enough to barely break through? And it looks like we do. The Colossus, they do rain down here on the main army. Zealots from behind. Look at how low these Colossus are as well. We barely did break Clem. And now we're going for the kill. We're going for the natural Vikings. They pop out just in time. They can snipe some of these Colossi. Oof. They are going down one after the other. We are running out of ground forces here, but here come the reinforcements. And MaxPax, he has broken the natural base of Clem. Busting into the mineral line. There are boys to be pulled. The Archon does go down. Very nice snipe there from Clem. Does snipe the Archon. But the Zealots are wreaking havoc in the mineral line. 18 SCVs go down. And we're not stopping. We have the Prism behind this. Wave after wave of Zealots. Clem MaxPax backing up for now. Clem looking for the 4th. Doesn't exist. MaxPax still up on workers, going for another Zealot counterattack. Stalkers are getting caught out. But Clem, he's coming back home. He turns back around, has to deal with the Prism. And Clem's mining isn't looking too bad here. I mean, sure, he's down to 48 workers, but he's got 4 orbitals. He's got a lot of mules available. So Clem can recover. MaxPax was pretty committed here. Again, there was no 4th base, there was no additional Robotech or upgrades on the way. +1 did finish, +2 just started. That push was designed to kill, and it didn't. I mean, it almost did. To be fair, like, that was a close hold there from Clem. Being active with a double drop, likewise a Prism, skirting around the edge of the map, making its way towards the main army through the center as well. Clem, he isn't out of the woods yet. As we have Zealots from the north, Zealots from the south, Prism into the main, and that main army pushing in as well. And here comes that warp in. We do have a couple of Widow Mines, but we're busting into the mineral line nonetheless. Prism is picked up, and we collapse on the main army. Yeah, this time no tanks. MaxPax does have to pull back, but really this is a distraction because Zealots are coming from behind. And workers are going down left and right. The economy almost non-existent here for Clem, but he does get the Colossus. And we gotta go. We have to send it. At the same time, Clem pulling back. He's gonna try and defend back at home, but so much damage is already dealt. 29 SCVs. And back at home, MaxPax, he can rebuild. More Archons on the way. Colossus on the horizon as well. Is able to rebuild his army. Zealots, they're finally cleaned up. And Clem, he's down to 29 now, 31 SCVs. I mean, he's got a lot of mules, true, but mules, they're good. They're not that good. Now, what Clem does have is an army. If you look at the army supplies, it is quite heavily in favor of Clem. So with the main push, he could maybe break through. But you can see Clem is thinking further ahead. I'm sure he's thinking, I mean, I've got 4 orbitals. I can still macro out of this. Going for a triple drop. Keeping his main army back at home. He is getting some probe kills. Probes are going down. We save most of the army. Clem moving out towards the south, headed for the 4th base. How the turns of table can MaxPax keep up? We have some scouting pylons. MaxPax knows. Getting ready. Zelrunback comes in. We're in position. And MaxPax does split up his army. He's got a Colossus towards the south, Colossus towards the north. Go for the EMP. Does connect. Clem not liking what he sees, does retreat. And looks like our players are somewhat stabilizing. I still want to give the edge to MaxPax as he's on 66 workers. Clem is building back up. He's getting there. He'll be consolidating his army, bringing everything together. Oh, never mind. Was going to bring everything together. MaxPax reads that as well. And a lot of positional play here from Clem. Trying to catch MaxPax off guard. But MaxPax is so quick to fan out his Zealots. To scout his opponent. Armies are gonna clash. Would you retreat? North as well. Solid EMP, and we do get the Archon. Not a bad snipe there from Clem. Snipes the Archon, getting into triple ghost production, plus 3 attackers on the way for Clem. But MaxPax is building up a death bull of an army. He's already got 3 Colossus. He's making a 4th. 4th Colossus on the way. We're going to be heavily reliant here on EMPs and the Vikings. If we can catch a couple of Colossus early on. Meanwhile, MaxPax getting ready for a surround. He's coming in from behind. Clem unawares. Uh-oh. Yeah, we have been setting up here. Clem caught off guard. We dive on the army. We focus on the medevacs. There is no escape. Only 1 medevac left. Vikings do what they can. It looks like they do not get a Colossus. Oof. Yeah, brutal fight there for Clem. Does reinforce. 1 Colossus goes down, but we have 3 more. We have so many. Plenty of Colossus here to work with. Mine Shot's baited out. Zelrunback going for a counterattack. Hits the Mineral Lion. The Viking count looking solid though. Looks like we force back the army once again. Oh. Yeah, Zealots actually come back from behind. Yeah, they ignore the Mineral Lion. They come in. They collapse on the army. And once again, MaxPax forces Clem back. We bleed out a lot of ghosts there. A lot of Vikings. That was a brutal fight. And we still deny mining at the 3rd. So many ghosts going down. MaxPax, he still maintains his economic lead. Still has 3 Colossus up and running. That Viking count is not what it once was. Oh, as we bleed out another Viking. We're down to 1. 1 Viking left. There are so many Archons. Do land 1 EMP. We need to land the others. So far, not bad on the Archons, but the Colossus, they still rain down behind the army. Nova goes off. Ooh, does connect. And Clemmy's corner, there's no escaping this. GG gets called, and MaxPax will take the series 2-0, getting his revenge and advancing on into the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A very different approach this time from MaxPax. Very different. Going for Stargate openers every game in this best of 3 as opposed to what we saw in the best of 5 finals earlier. It's a very different approach here from MaxPax. Whew. And with that, he was able to snowball out of control. Again, it was a very close defense earlier when MaxPax moved out with his initial 3 Colossus timing on 3 bases. I was very impressed that Clem was able to survive that. I thought he would die then and there. But that was also MaxPax gaining momentum, and we've been here before where MaxPax, he did enough damage to just maintain map control. He was able to get his economy up and running, able to have that economic lead over Clem, maintain it more importantly, and with that, just snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Clem will be bowing out of ESL Open Cup Americas, and now we're getting ready for the grand finals. Unfortunately, again, we only had one semifinals match available to us, and we're going to be diving into the grand finals here of ESL Open Cup Americas 229. It's going to be a finals between MaxPax and Solar in a best of 5. Let's go. I'll definitely have a look at the brackets later on just to see what kind of road these players were on and how they did get here. Bam, would love to see kind of who they brought down in the lead up here to the finals. But here we go. Finally a Zerg player. It's been purely TVPs the entire broadcast, but Zerg does exist. It's here. We have a ZVP. Let's go. Let us go. As game 1 is going to be on Crimson Court. Of course, Misclick, of course. In regards to the kill tank, that was a big moment. If you remember, if we had one extra tank there, do we have a cleaner defense? I think so. If you remember, as that fight was concluding, MaxPax, he had 2 Colossus deep in the red, very deep in the red there at the end of that fight, with like 1 or 2 extra tank volleys, maybe. I don't know if I want to say for certain, because it's possible that that second tank would have been lifted anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered, or not. Hard to say. But here we go. We're getting into our final series of the night. And of this tournament of ESL Open Cup Americas, we're getting into our best of 5 on Crimson Court. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Just took down Clem at 2-0, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. A wild Zerg has appeared. Oh, they exist. They're not extinct. Let's go. Again, we've been casting a lot of TVP as of late, not just in ESL Open Cup Europe, but also in KSL, right? KSL was almost purely TVP as well. For those that are curious, we were casting the KSL last night, the Korean StarCraft League, and both Dark and Solar went down early on in those series in the quarterfinals, as we're going for the center hatchery. Oh my god, it feels so... I get to cast a Zerg player. That's crazy. So we're going for the center base. Solar's forced to take the unnatural. Natural, this center base does lend towards roach-based all-ins. It is a launch pad for creep. Creep spreads very quickly across the map, and we can prioritize this gas geyser as well for roach production. This doesn't have to be for an all-in, but it is there's a very high chance for it. And I'm sure MaxPax is aware. I'm sure MaxPax is going to be on notice for scouting that, as MaxPax has confirmed the base. Likewise, this base is also a little bit more exposed, so MaxPax could try to open up Twilight Council, for example, into Glaives, or it could just try to hyperfixate on crippling the economy here between the base setup of Solar. We'll see how MaxPax responds. Likewise, you can still expand to a third base quite freely. Again, we're loading into Crimson Court, and this third base is very difficult to punish just because you have to break through rocks or mine through multiple lines of minerals here as well. So this third base can be quite secure, which is also why I imagine Solar wants to commit to aggression. But we'll see. We'll see how this all comes together here. As for now, we're droning. We are droning up. Queens are on the way. We do have Warp Gate being researched here for MaxPax. Pylon has been thrown down a little bit further out though. And there we go. We cancel Warp Gate, and it is going to be a Stargate opener. And I'm sure Solar, he does confirm that Warp Gate has been cancelled with that Overlord. So he's aware of the Stargate opener. Should be for Oracle production. Again, to harass the mineral lines and to get some damage done. And we'll see if Solar can keep up. We shall see. Adept does threaten the shade, leaves her in position. But now Solar does keep up and does zone the Adept away. Oh, as we come in from behind, we don't quite get the drone. Whew, quick spore trick there from Solar. Does save his drone. As that one Adept is now joined by two Adepts do one-shot workers, and we do get one. We get one drone, we get a second drone as well. Ooh, Spore was a little bit late there. 2 drone kills, not too bad. And can we get a third? Not quite. Whew. Not quite here. 2 drones for 2 Adepts. Not the best trade for MaxPax, assuming that this Adept goes down. But again, we're not done. We have the Oracle on the way. The Oracle's in production. Solar taking a third base. Droning, pulling out of gas. That's very important. We have not rushed into the rich vesting gas geyser either. So even though this base can be used to go for an all-in, we're not going for one. At the same time, MaxPax delays his third base, going for a Twilight Council and more gateways. This could be one of 2 things. We could be working towards Glaives. This could be a bit of a hidden, delayed Glaive Adept build. Or this could be for a Blink Stalker all-in. Oh, as the Oracle dives into the mineral line, 2 drones go down. Ooh, but the Oracle takes a lot of hits, barely does escape. How many gateways do we have? Getting up to 4 gateways for now. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Glaives, but we'll see. As we now take the third. Blink, not Glaives. Okay, so this can be a very scary build. So what this means is we're rushing into Blink very quickly, which means Stalker aggression very quickly as well, and this often leads into a 3-base all-in. Into an 8-gate 3-base all-in. So we'll keep an eye on the gateways, we'll keep an eye on whether or not a Forge gets thrown down for +1, and whether we take extra gases. That's what I'm looking for. Extra gases from the side of MaxPax. Meanwhile, we have that Roach Horn on the way from Solar. Creep is spreading as we speak. Queens are pushing forward, the rich vesting gas geyser has been taken, and Solar has cut workers. Solar is going for an all-in. We're cutting workers at 36, so he is going for a Queen Roach all-in. It's all or nothing for Solar. Does catch a Stalker early on. Pretty nice pickup before Blink finishes. Blink is almost done. Blink is going to be massive here to defend as well. Hero is very fond of going into these Twilight Council or fast Blink openers against all-ins. Like, Blink is so useful here. I was talking about the aggressive potential of MaxPax, but also the defensive potential is quite high as well. We have a third shield battery on the way. Solar, again, he's all in. No droning whatsoever at the natural. Barely saturate, or not even full saturation here at the center base. Oh, I'm loving the positioning of these Lings. We can try to surround and engulf the army. We force out the Blinks. The Lings, they come in from behind. But we have shield batteries. We have the Oracle as well. Yeah, the Oracle's going ham. Overcharge is popped. Stalkers are getting picked off, though. We do snipe a couple of those Stalkers. Shield battery putting in a lot of work. Will finally go down, but it bought a lot of time. Yeah, the Stalkers, they warp in. We do blink back, and we do hold. Again, there's just so much micro potential this early on with Blink Stalkers. And we do force the army back. We have to be careful not to overextend. Oh, getting almost surrounded. You have to calm down. Yeah, Solar going for the kill. Shuts down the shield battery. We're running out of energy. And we're coming in for the surround. Stalkers, they are trapped, blinking back into the mineral line. But these shield batteries are going down one after the other. They're out of energy, no overcharge either. Now the shield battery does finish up though. And the queens aren't really adding too much either. Yeah, the queens, they don't add much DPS. We do have to pull back. We do get 11 probe kills, but MaxPax holds. And fun fact, even though we lost 11 workers, MaxPax still has the gas mining, and he's still ahead in probes. He's still ahead in the economy. Solar still refusing to drone, still completely all in. And we're getting ready for the third wave. We're getting ready for wave 3. But I'm losing confidence here. I believe we have another overcharge. There it is. Overcharge is popped. Shield battery this time goes down immediately. Solid piles there from Solar. Ooh, connecting with Stalkers. But we have more Stalkers on the way. We're running out of Lings. We're getting on top of the Ravagers. And we can't afford to lose them. Yeah, Ravagers are going down. Roaches as well. Brutal pickoffs there. For Solar as he's running out of steam. We do get 15 probes. But we're also losing Ravagers. It's close. It's very close. Oh, we're down to 5 Stalkers. And it looks like we have broken the third base just barely. I say that. Here come reinforcements. And we spoke about the Ravagers being picked off earlier. We're down to 1 Ravager. That is the backbone of Solar's army. And it's broken. The backbone is not there anymore. 1 Ravager left. We maintain control of the center base. MaxPax still ahead in probes, despite losing all those workers earlier. And I think we failed. I know that Solar is getting ready for wave number 4, and we're still not droning. We're just rotating workers over. But after losing, and after the Ravager count gets reset, I mean that's rough to come back from. Yeah, we're getting on top of the queens. We do transfuse, we keep each other alive. And again, Solar, he has gotten close to breaking MaxPax. Lings coming in from behind once again. Boys are being pulled, overcharged in the back line. Ooh, does tank those bile hits a little bit longer. And very nice target firing out of MaxPax, focusing down those Ravagers as well. Being forced further back. We get 14 probe kills. Lings are rallying in. They're rallying in. We're running out of Ravagers. Once again, 2 Ravagers left. We're going for the base. We're going for the Nexus. Can we get it? I think we can. Yeah, we can just barely snipe the base. Nexus will fall. It does cost us a lot, though. And despite the fact that we've been all in for like 5 minutes, has Solar done enough? Bearing in mind that the next time we try to defend this is not going to be an overcharge. The Nexus is just now starting. It's still close. I'm still not loving the army that Solar has right now. Forces out the blink, collapsing on the Stalkers. Decent surround. The Biles! Very nice. We catch a handful of Stalkers. Very efficient trade there from Solar. You can see him just trying to rebuild that Ravager army. Coming in from behind, gets Zealots. Biles, they connect with the shield battery. Only 1 shield battery. Once it goes down, there's not going to be an overcharge. This time the Queens are waddling in. Biles a little bit lackluster, but yeah, these Lings are putting in a lot of work. Oh, we're down to 5 Stalkers. Just barely we force back the army. But this time the Ravager count is getting higher and higher. Yeah, we have too much. GG gets called after being all in for 10 minutes, almost 11. Solar takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. That was a very, very close game. I was very impressed with MaxPax's initial defenses, his ability to preserve his Stalkers, focus on the Ravagers, survive the first, second, third wave of all in. But eventually, his Nexus did fall. Without the Nexus, there's no more overcharge. There's that much less SimCity to work with as well. The position is that much more vulnerable, slower warp-ins, and Solar broke him in the end, just barely. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Solar does start things off with a lead, but It's a best of 5, plenty of games ahead of us, plenty of opportunity to bounce back. Game 2 is going to be on Dynasty. Oh, for the first time tonight. I'm a little bit shocked. Dynasty is traditionally vetoed in this matchup quite heavily by Zerg players. If Solar has allowed this map in, I'm feeling another all-in. Not gonna lie, you don't load into Dynasty in a ZVP without the Zerg player having a plan for an all-in. I'm ready for it. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our Danish Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Storm Gaming down in the series. Looking to bounce back here in game number 2 in these finals. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left, where is our drone going, by the way? Hello. Going for the gold on the other side, going for a 15-15. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. And there it is. There is that hatchery. Again, you don't see Dynasty unless the Zerg player has an all-in plan. Now, this is a very similar dynamic to the game that we just saw, where this base, when you take it on this side, you have the rich gas geyser. You have the rich gas here to go into a roach-based all-in once you can stabilize your economy here on this base. It's going to be on MaxPax to punish this hatchery. Now, unlike in the other setup where if you expand on the left-hand side, you can't harass this as easily with the depths. Like, if you expand here, then you can just park at depths and stalkers, and you can just bully this mineral line, which is why you don't take just regular expansions. MaxPax does come in for the scout, and he does confirm the hatchery placement. Now, how do we punish this? MaxPax going for his own gold base. The reason why we would be rushing roaches here is when we do get into our roach counts, we can punish this. We can punish this gold base with roaches, with ravagers. We can just bile down on this mineral line. And the gas is being prioritized. There's a main node over as well. Spawning pool just now finishing. Now, we could open up Twilight counts into Glaive Adepts. We could just focus on Oracle Harass instead. We'll see how this all comes together here. We'll see how MaxPax does approach this. Dark often makes it to the finals in KSL, though. He does. I mean, Hero is usually the champion of KSL. But this week there was no Hero. Hero didn't compete in KSL. But it was on the other players to really make a name for themselves. I do recommend the VODs. It was really cool seeing Nightmare and Creator and Oliveira pop off. They all did very well for themselves in this week's KSL. It was very impressive. And it is a Twilight Council opener. Most likely Glaives. And there it is, we pull out a gas. We've pulled out a gas, so this should be a Glaive Adept build. We'll see how many gateways we throw down. It should just be 4 gate Glaives. But we could spice things up a little bit here. If we pull back in later, we could throw down like a Dark Shrine, for example, and go DTs alongside them. We could throw down additional gateways, go up to like 6 gate Glaive Adept. But for now, it should just be 4. Speaking of, our Adepts are going to be threading the mineral line. They do shade behind the mineral line and from the other side. Let's go. And we do harass. We do get 1 drone kill so far. Nicely done. Second Adept does arrive. We can one-shot workers. Solar has to respect it. Does have to pull back. Oh, as we bleed out another drone. Shading into the main base. Lings are in position. We get a 3rd and a 4th drone as well. Big pickoffs. 4 workers go down for 2 Adepts. That was a good trade for MaxPax. And there are those guys that we spoke. Oh my god, that we spoke about. We pulled back into gas. I just said that just to say something, but we did pull back in. And this is not 4 gate Glaive Adepts. This is 6. 6 gate Glaive Adepts. A very committed build here on 2 bases. Very aggressive here by MaxPax. Lings have arrived. They're going for the surround. Ooh, they catch the Stalker and the Adept. Strong start for Solar. Doesn't get eyes on much else. Adepts are warping in. With no anti-air, the Overlord will get the full scout, and Solar will recognize how committed we are. Oh, this Roach Warren feels a little bit late. Roach Warren's on the way. I think it was thrown down around the 4-minute mark. Okay, so Roach Warren is in production. We're amassing Lings and Roaches. For now, just Lings and Queens to defend. And we do confirm the mass gateway count. Solar immediately Spine Crawlers. Makes sense. Against 6 Glaive Adepts, we need Spine Crawlers to help keep up with the movement of Max Pax. We have 2 Adepts towards the right-hand side. Lings chasing down the Shade. Not much of them to defend. Drones are going down. Yeah, all it takes is 2 Adepts. We get 2, 3, 4, 5 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Solar racing back. Roaches are arriving, though. And it was only the Spine Crawler at the 3rd, or at the gold. Not in the main. And we shade in. You catch a couple of Roaches. Still just the 5 drones going down. Ravager barely morphed in. Another Roach is targeted. Oh, no, the Bile does connect. As we shade the hell out, again, still warping in a mass amount of Adepts. 3rd base is on the way behind this. Adepts shading into the mineral line. Max Pax testing here. The multitasking of Solar. Can he keep up? So we're getting 4 more drone kills. Solar down to 26. And we catch the Queens. Yeah, he's being pulled apart. Get a lot of damage done. The drones, the Queens. And Solar hasn't been able to make use of his gold base yet. Now, what I will say though is that because we have the gold, even though Solar's on a very low drone count, this is helping him recover. He can sustain himself here with the help of that gold and the rich gas geyser. Depth's moving out. Do catch a tumor. And Solar now finally has map control. He's freely mining back at home, and he's massing up his own Ling Ravager army. And now it's time for Max Pax to defend, but I believe he has Immortals yet. 2 Immortals here with the main army, mass Adept. Ling Ravager is going to struggle against this. Yeah, for a moment there I was like, now Solar can push. No, no, no. Solar still stuck at home, still defending. Does Max Pax have too much? How many Ravagers do we have? 5. 5 Ravagers, 3 Roaches. Another Queen goes down. Prism headed for the gold base. We do commit to the Shade. Oh, and there's nothing here. We shade it into the natural. Immortals towards the 3rd. And Soul's being picked apart. Yeah, we're getting too much done. Spine Crawler falls. Lings are being cleaned up. And remember, we've already lost like 3 or 4 Queens. With a low Queen count, so that Prism can have its way here. With the bases of Solar. Not enough anti-air. We catch some Ravagers. Oh, good. Lings, they come in to help surround, but yeah, the Lings, they melt before the Glaive Adepts. Roach is doing what they can, but we shade away. Files don't connect. Deny mining at the gold. And Max Pax is getting out of control. Again, a very good response here to the greed of Solar. Going into the 68 Glaive Adepts. GG gets called. It just gets too much. Gets out of hand, and Max Pax ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Max Pax clearly very practiced when it comes to punishing this attempted opener from Solar. That's why I'm not too fond of Dynasty, not just because, I mean, mainly because we only see all-ins from Zerg players. And for them to, or for Solar to try to take that gold base, it's so risky, and nowadays it's becoming a little bit more commonplace as well. Very nice punish there from Max Pax. And now we're tied up. We're tied up 1-1. Who takes the lead? Who takes the lead in this series? Who will gain some momentum here? Is it going to be Max Pax or Solar as we're loading in to Site Delta? And this time, there is no gold, there's no rich gas geyser, there's nothing to tempt a player to go for an all-in. This should be a much more standard setup here for Solar and Max Pax. We've had a chaotic start, but we should be calming down at least a little bit here. But maybe I'm speaking too soon. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our Danish Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Storm Gaming, tying up the series 1-1. Looking to take that momentum and keep it going, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. The blue Zerg representing Team Vitality, being forced into a tied-up series. Can he bounce back? It is Solar. Here we go, as Solar is denied his natural, forced to take his unnatural natural instead. Forced to expand elsewhere, but you know, this is a pretty standard setup nonetheless. It's going to be a hatch gas pool opener here by Solar. It's going to be hatch gas pool. Likewise, MaxPax getting into his own opener as well. Gate expand into Cybercore. And again, Side Delta is one of the more standard maps in the map pool, especially compared to Crimson Court, Amphion, Ghost River, Post. Yeah, there's a lot of craziness in the map pool right now. So Side Delta, one of the more standard maps. Should lead to more of a back and forth mid game. But we'll keep an eye on the openers, we'll keep an eye on the builds. We'll keep an eye on the saturation for both MaxPax and Solar, as we should be seeing another Stargate opener from the side of MaxPax into Oracles, into a third. And Solar should be droning. But now, MaxPax just being as annoying as possible with that probe. Keeping tabs on Solar. And forcing a bit of inefficient mining here. Just a bit. Again, we're going to be calming things down. When it comes to Side Delta itself, there are definitely some interesting features of the map. We do have a ramp leading into the natural, which is a rarity, and it does impact other matchups more than this one. PvP mainly. So TVT as well. TVP even. There's that take of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener. Warp Gate is cancelled, and I'm sure Solar is aware. So Stargate's on the way. That should be for Oracle production. Likewise, it's going to be on Solar to minimize his losses to defend against the early Adept harass and the early Oracle harass. It's going to be all about that Ling movement and Queen movement as well. All about the positioning. First Adept does arrive. Threatens a shade, does cancel, going for the mineral line, and we don't quite get a drone. Couple of shots on the Lings. Speaking of, 2 Lings do slip into the main base, getting a full scout. Solar gets confirmation of the Stargate, and will also confirm the first unit of choice. Oracle's on the way. Meanwhile, Adepts say shade in. They do manage to shade in. There's that many less Lings to defend back at home. Solar is a bit vulnerable. And we go for the drones. Oh, not quite getting them though. Nice defense out of Solar. Getting a good scout as well. And so far we are holding our own. Honestly, this was even a better defense than what we saw on Crimson Court. I forgot the name of the map for a moment. I was like, Amphion? No. As Lings, they shut down one of the Adepts, they check the third base, but we have plenty to defend. Ooh, as we force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Very nicely done here by Solar. Wasting energy. Keeping MaxPax pinned back at home. For now. Ooh, as we do go for the Adept. Nice positioning here from MaxPax. The second Oracle has arrived. We clean up all the Lings. MaxPax does defend. Well, the Oracle gets across the map again, that much less energy to work with. Headed for the third. Queens are in position. Spore is done just in time. The Oracle does no damage, but the Oracle also takes no damage. So plenty of shields here to work with. As we head for the natural. Spore finishing up. So far, Solar has been able to keep up with a MaxPax, but there's no Spore in the main. And we do get 1 drone. 1 drone so far. But we're hoping for more. MaxPax taking a chance, going right through the center, headed for the main, and does get an extra drone. 2. Oh, can we get 3? Oh, ooh, not quite. Oh, we can. MaxPax just pulling these two queens apart. It gets 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, 6 worker kills. Very nicely done. MaxPax just pulling Solar out of position. 6 drone kills. Oracle does escape, and we still have 2 more here, ready to dive back in. When it comes to our follow-up, third base getting saturated. We have 5 adepts on the ground, 5 adept double Oracle. Again, a pretty standard push here from MaxPax, as we're working towards Blink and +1. Ling round by can get some damage done, but what do we have at home to defend? Uh-oh. Not much. Lings are racing back home. The Adepts, they threaten to dive. They dive into the natural base. Drones are going to be going down. They are targeted. We get 2, 3, 4 workers here at the natural. This is becoming too much. 6 or 7 drones go down. We're going to get 8. We're going to get 9. Yeah, Solar is falling apart here. 12 worker kills. That is 19 in total. And before we can even talk about the mid game here, we're just, yeah, we're bleeding out too much from the harass. Now, there is potential with this Ling run by, but the wall is a wall. Yeah, there's an Oracle back at home to defend. The Lings, they don't get any damage done. And MaxPax takes an economic lead. Ooh, getting 2 more drones. Good target firing here from Solar. Takes down an Oracle finally, but the damage has been done. The Oracle has already paid for themselves. All 3 of them. MaxPax is in a much better position. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't take our gases and go up to 8 gateways. Oh, we went double forge. Never mind. Went double forge, double upgrades. 4th base is on the way. MaxPax just settling into a longer game, going for a gateway heavy composition. Stalkers and charge lots. Speaking of, charges on the way. And now as we enter the mid game, this Blink Stalker army is going to be very formidable. Solar has been stuck re-droning. Rushing into an infestation pit. It's going to be for Hive Tech. Second Evo chamber. Stalkers are moving out. And can Solar keep up? Got a handful of roaches. Now, thankfully for Solar, MaxPax is not all in. I was really concerned that MaxPax was just going to go for an 8-gate all in on 3 bases. And he is still not taking gases, so he's still very gateway heavy. But it's not like he has like a proxy in the middle of the map to reinforce. He's not doubling down. He's investing in upgrades. So Solar can hold. And we do get a decent surround. The blinks though from MaxPax. Oh my god. Finally beating out 1 Stalker. Get 2 Stalkers go down. Ooh, we get a 3rd. Nice defense from Solar. Massing on more Lings. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for a multi-pronged aggression. Drop into the natural. Queen's looking a bit exposed. We do pick off 1. One queen goes down. Zealot into the natural. Warp it into the main base. Prism does go down, but only after the warp in does complete. And yeah, MaxPax is pulling Solar apart because all the economic damage done earlier. Solar just doesn't have the supply. Doesn't have the army to defend. He's being overwhelmed. And MaxPax looking to break this 4th. GG gets called as Solar runs out of steam, and MaxPax takes the lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, MaxPax flexing his Adept and Oracle harass. Initially, Solar was keeping up, but there was a certain moment there where finally the Oracles were able to pull the Queens a little bit too far to one end. That was in the main base, if you remember. We got 6 drone kills. That was kind of the beginning of the end. Then we followed it up with the Adept harass, with the Oracle harass. Solar was out of position. If you remember, as the 5 Adept harass with double Oracle was coming in, the Lings were across the map. They didn't get any damage done. And Solar very quickly lost 19 drones. It was brutal. And from there, MaxPax was comfortable. He was very comfortable. It was very much so maintaining his lead there, and did snowball out of control. But now we're diving into game number 4. The pressure is on. Solar needs to win this game to force the ace match. MaxPax is on match point. One more win, MaxPax will be our champion. Let's go. Again, MaxPax, he was deprived of his championship earlier today against Clem in the European Weekly. But MaxPax already got his revenge. He already took Clem down. Now can he take it one step further? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 2-1. And one game away from becoming this week's ESL Open Cup America's champion, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Vitality down in this series. Can he bounce back? He needs to here and now to force that ace match. It is Solar. Here we go. He pumped straight 26 workers when MaxPax was walking across the map. Yes, that is because of the worker damage that was dealt earlier. There was that much more pressure on Solar to just resettle his economy after losing 19 drones. That was brutal. It was brutal, Bobby. And again, MaxPax wasn't even all in that previous game. He was getting a 4th base, working on additional upgrades, double forge, working on charge. Was just that much ahead. But now we wipe the slate clean. We wipe it clean. Getting into game 4. This time Solar able to expand where he so chooses, going for the hatch gas pool. Into our hatch gas pool, it's going to be a gate expand into Cybercore from MaxPax. Just standard openers here from our players. Nothing crazy. We are leading into Alcyone. If we were casting Dark, I would talk about the gold and how some Zerg players like to rush into the gold as their natural. We can see that Solar is doing none of the sort. Is taking a more standard base. And outside of this fast gold that you can try to take, this map is more known for its longer macro play. The 3rd and 4th base setup are a lot more secure to end up in the mid to late game. We'll see if we can get there though. Again, the scary thing about what we just saw is that MaxPax snowballed out of control with his early game harassment. There was nothing too special when it comes to the build. It was standard, you know, triple Oracle. We had the initial double Adept Harass into 5 Adept Harass as well. It's what we expect to be seeing here from the side of Protoss, and yeah, MaxPax just pulled Solar apart. So that doesn't bode well. At the same time, though, Solar also had to take the unnatural natural, so it was a bit of a more awkward defense for him. I'm sure he'll have a lot more success this time defending against the aggression of MaxPax. At least I hope so. I do hope so. As that Stargate is soon to finish up to get into our oracles. First Adept is moving out. Sorry, first Adept is already here. Second Adept is moving out. Haven't gotten much done yet. Again, because of our natural base, there's only one attack path. Before you could see MaxPax kind of attack and engage from multiple angles at that natural base. At the 3rd location, as we do shade into the main. It's a lot of damage dealt to the first Adept, and we're going to be forced back. Very clean defense so far from Solar. Doesn't get the Adept, but does force the shade. And MaxPax does have to back off. So far, so good. King speed kicks in. First Oracle's moving out. Second Oracle's on the way behind this, and there is our 3rd Nexus. This time, Solar isn't being as active with his Lings. We saw in the last game that he was trying to apply some pressure to the 3rd and trying to keep MaxPax busy. Ooh, that's very nice stutter stepping there from Solar. Very nice control. Get some extra hits in. Oracle checking the 3rd. Adepts do shade in. Queens are keeping up. And the Lings, they do hit across the map. Do we have an Oracle to defend? We don't. Both Oracles are they're out across the map. So we shade into the natural. We do get 2 drone kills. The pylon does for the Lings, threatening a cancel at the third. But the Oracle should get here in time. That goes down. Oracles have arrived. We waste some energy. And Solar does have a moment to breathe. As the Oracles, they all race back home. And now Solar, he can drone up. We have our Spores finishing. We have a Spore at the natural, Spore in the main. Third base, Spore as well. There are a lot of Zerg players that actually skip their third Spore. But Solar playing it safe makes sense, I guess, especially after what happened in game number 3. Does make sense here. As Solar is making an extra wave of Lings, keeping Max Packs contained. Oracles move out. The Queens are in position. The Oracles take a lot of hits. We're making our way into the main. We have our third Oracle towards the left-hand side. Adepts through the center. We get surrounded. And this time Solar, he does keep up with the Adepts. Revelation into the main. Lair is on the way. Roach War. Nothing too crazy here from the side of Solar. Just droning up on 3 bases. And again, a much cleaner early game this time from our Zerg player. You know, no dead 19 workers this time. 19 drones, what I meant to say. Not this time, man. Oracle dips in. Oh. Good for the gas mining workers. At the same time, Ling counterattack here at the third. Shield batteries still not done. Uh-oh. Whole position on those workers. Probes are falling. Oracle gets 4 drone kills across the map, but we get 5 probes and a shield battery. Not bad. You trade blow for blow. Stalkers are revealed, so we know it's going to be +1 blink. At least Solar has confirmation. It's not going to be a fast charge-based build. Or some kind of like more weird Glaive Adept follow-up. Solar getting into his 3 bases, and interesting, we did make a safety Roach Warren, but you can see here we're skipping out on Roach production, going for a Hydra Den. Solar cutting some corners. And is he going to be punished for it? As if these Stalkers moved out, there would only be Lings and Queens to defend. We are skipping Roaches. So Solar is vulnerable. Hydras are on the way. Max Pack setting up back at home, leaving his Oracles as well to defend against his Lings. And here come those Stalkers. They can trade nicely, but we should have enough to hold on. As Hydras are trickling in. Yeah, just in time. Max Pack's getting a 4th base. Again, he's not committing on 3 bases. So he's just applying some light pressure. Clearing up creep. Oh, meanwhile, across the map, Ling run by does slip in. Doesn't get much done. 2 probes. 2 probes go down. Stasis Trap is triggered. Max Pack's just trying to catch those Lings. And we're building up towards Robotics Bay production. We have the Bay on the way for Colossus. I imagine Max Pack should be taking gases soon. Back at home, Solar, he has survived with Ling Hydra, and now we're working towards not just Hive Tech, but Lurker Tech. Hydra Lurker Vipers on the horizon. But what Max Pack has done is clear up a lot of creep. So much creep has been denied here. Solar has very limited vision. Uh-oh. Doesn't spot the army. Trying to get in position. Max Pack's doubling down now with a hefty amount of Stalkers. Stasis Traps lined up behind this. Lurkers aren't out yet. What do we catch? A couple of Overlords. Not quite the Queen. Stasis does go up on almost every single Ling. See Max Pack's trying to go for his own Prism Harass. Ling Rabbi does come in, does get on top of the Cybercore. Cybercore is going to be going down, but the Hydras are exposed. And trading with Hydras is a good trade for Max Pax. But the Prism is zoned away. Cybercore survives. Oh my god. The overcharge. Somehow keeps the Cybercore alive. And Max Pax, he's getting fully saturated on 4 bases, getting a 5th, going for the gold. But Solar did survive. Did defend. The Hive is done. A Lurker upgrade's on the way. No lurkers yet. Still hyperfixated on Ling Hydra. And we're chasing this down. We catch the oracles. Yeah, both of them do fall. Celeron by being set up. Prism towards the left-hand side did survive. And we're going for another warp in. Solar, I'm sure, aware of that. Lurkers are now on the way. Solar, he's made it to Lurker Tech so far. We haven't really hit critical mass of Hydra Lurker Viper yet, but we're getting there. At the same time, MaxPax is aware of this, and we have to make a choice. Do we double down on a Ground Toss army, or do we take up into Sky Toss? We have our answer. Second Robo and a Templar Archives. It's going to be for Archons, for Colossus, Storm. The turns have tabled. Where Solar can now gain map control with those lurkers. At the same time, Prism slipping into the main. Does force Solar back home. Is going to be forced back. Main army pushing forward, but we have lurkers! Ooh. Big spine shots of the stalkers. Prism is zoned away. Only a handful of Zealots are active. And Solar has maxed out. Ooh, again, still very little creep spread, as MaxPax has been quite aggressive and quite assertive. Has been able to keep up. Celeron on the right-hand side. Catches a couple of workers. Drones are going down. Even catches some Hydras. And this is going to force a big reaction. At the same time, we cannot break through the lurker line, but we can get on top of the base. Yeah, hatchery under fire. Zealots trading with Lings. 5 drones go down, and the base will fall. And a very nice movement here from MaxPax. It did cost him a lot of Zealots, but he kills the base. Maintains his economic lead. Again, MaxPax is on 85 workers, and he has the gold as well. He has the superior economy. And what are we doing with that economy? Triple immortal production. Uh-oh. And Storm. Like, immortals are a good way to break a siege line of lurkers. Oh my god. Without them, though, lurkers are pushing in. Get a position. Ooh. We catch one of the High Templar. We force in an Archon. Vipers now have arrived. A little bit late to the party, so they won't be able to yoink the Colossus yet, but the gold base is denied. MaxPax does save his workers, though. The probes do pull back. Zealoron coming in. Oh, trading quite nicely here. Getting into the natural. The Viper! No! The Viper is left behind, and it will be shut down. Ooh, not a single yoink. Zealots even walking into the main. They get a drone kill. Solar is down to 69 workers. Nice. I mean, it's not actually quite nice right now. It's would like to have it higher. Solar remaxing with more Hydras. And MaxPax just doubling down on those immortals. Oof. Yeah, 3 lurkers get picked up. The Storm as well. 5 lurkers go down. And here come the immortals. We need support. We need some kind of buffer for the lurkers, and it's just not there. It just wasn't there in time. I'm afraid to look. 13 lurkers have fallen. Ay, ay, ay. And we get a big warping into the main base. Lurker Den is going to be targeted. Yeah, Lurker Den goes down. Once again, the lurkers are on their own. And they're so exposed. We're going to be able to clean every single one up. GG gets called. That was the army of Solars. He's dragged out of position, and MaxPax will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup America's champion. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax did falter in the finals against Clem earlier today in the European finals, but again, we mentioned was able to get his revenge in the semifinals, did bring Clem down in the best of 3, and here against Solar, MaxPax was able to flex his skill here, flex his early game aggression. We saw that earlier in the previous game. We saw MaxPax punish the play on Dynasty as well, the attempted all-in, the attempted aggression, and even here, able to just pull Solar apart. Solar, he did get up to Lurker Tech, but because of Solar's lack of creep, his lack of map vision, Zealot Rummides and Zealot drops were pulling him apart left and right, allowing MaxPax to pick away at the lurkers, to pick away at the bases, at the drones. Solar was pulled apart there. Again, the aggression or the map control from MaxPax was quite impressive. Oh, was terrifying. GG, well played. And with that, MaxPax is our champion. Congratulations. My condolences to Solar, my condolences, but, I mean, did make it all the way to the finals. And I'm curious, I was unable to see, to have a look at the bracket, so I'm very curious as to what the bracket looked like. Let's have a look. Let us have a look. Okay. As we do switch our scenes over and have a look at the Wikipedia page. Bam! Okay, so for ESL Open Cup Europe, which we did cast earlier before NA, we had Clem going for... Oh my god! Euthermal. Now, I believe this tag is incorrect. So, over the past couple of weeks, I should say a couple of months ago, when Euthermal started competing more regularly again, Euthermal was playing random, but over the past couple of weeks, Euthermal has been exclusively playing Terran. So I'm curious about this. I feel like Euthermal was most likely playing Terran, not random, against Mixu and Clem. I mean, maybe we can get some confirmation if we message some casters or message the players, but I'm pretty sure Euthermal's been playing Terran, and that would make sense. We did see Euthermal recently take down Oliveira in TBT. Like, Euthermal's TBT is, I would say, his best matchup. It's pretty impressive. So to take a game off of Clem is very impressive, and again, does kind of lean into that story of Euthermal's TBT just being top tier. It's, yeah, been really cool to see Euthermal pop off against some of these other top tier players. Despite being the YouTube man, can still take it here to the best of them, including Clem. Scrolling down, we had Wayne taking down Hearthstone 2-0, did fall to Clem. Hero Marine got his revenge versus Spirit. I always love seeing Spirit and Hero Marine. They go back and forth in series very often. In that TBT, Hero Marine this time brings Spirit down, but it went all the way to the ace match. Do love to see it. And here towards the bottom of the bracket, we had MaxPax bringing down Lambo. I was curious who Beyond faced off. Oh, we faced off against Foxer in the early rounds. We casted Beyond versus Skilless. We casted MaxPax versus Beyond. And of course, we casted the finals with Clem taking down MaxPax in the end. GG. Well played. Okay, so yeah, I was really curious. Really cool to see Euthermal again popping off, you know, taking maps here and there. I don't know if Euthermal really wants to like make a return as a pro player. I think he's just still doing this for fun. I mean, I say for fun. He started playing Terran, I want to say, because of WTL. For those who don't know, Euthermal, he's competing for his team offside in WTL, and did have a rocky start, but it does feel like he's been putting in a lot of effort when it comes to practicing and preparing, and it's always a lot of fun seeing Euthermal every week in WTL with whatever build he has prepared, and he's becoming more and more of a threat. It's really nice to see. It's really nice to see. Alone Archon versus Alone Viper trade. Ah, Smooch. Meanwhile, I'm curious what happened in the Americas Weekly, because again, we only casted the semifinals and the grand finals. Okay, from the top. I'm curious. We had oh, Lambo. Oh, right, of course. We rarely get to see Lambo compete in this tournament, but this tournament is at an NA friendly time zone, and Lambo and Hearthstone are in Canada at the moment, or I think they might just now be in Americas as they're getting ready for DreamHack. Is Hearthstone here as well? Yo, Funada, what's going on? We had Lambo, we had Scarlet, we had Bjorn, but no Hearthstone. Shaking my head. Where's the content man? Aye. Unless I'm blind. Do I see him? Not quite. So the other Shopify players were here. Lambo took down Scarlet 2-0. Lambo took a game off of Clem. Very impressive. That's very nice play here out of Lambo. Unfortunately, again, we weren't able to cast this, but that would have been a beautiful series to cover. Same with Lambo versus Scarlet. Scrolling down, we had, I saw Trap earlier. We had Beyond versus MaxPax. Went to the ace match. Let's go. We saw Max Packs 2-0 Bjorn during ESL Europe, ESL Open Cup Europe. But here, Bjorn takes a map. Let's go. Did take map versus Max Packs. Again, would have been a great series to have caught as well. Scrolling down, Solar versus Su went to the ace match. That is important. That is important to take note of. Su has been looking like quite a threat in ZVZ. And I think Su is in a Zerg group, if I'm not mistaken, in DreamHack. So went to the ace match. Solar did come out on top. Estrella takes down Wayne and takes him. Oh, Papi. Max Angel, calm down. Okay. Estrella, he 2-1'd Wayne and he took a map of his Solar. That's impressive. I mean, for those who don't know, Estrella did just join a new team. He joined Virtus Pro. This is like a month ago, I think, or maybe 3 weeks ago. But Estrella did join a new team in the lead up to DreamHack and the lead up to the Esports World Cup. And yeah, that's impressive stuff here. Estrella, he has potential coming into DreamHack Dallas. At least win his PVZ, I feel, if he can take down Wayne and take Solo to the ace match. I mean, to be fair, we didn't watch the games. I don't know what happened, but, you know, interesting results nonetheless. We had Hero. Hero did arrive here. Now, Hero was missing for ESL Asia, so I was curious if Hero was going to skip ESL this week, the ESL weeklies, but he was here for Americas. He was here for Americas, took down Pig, took down Lemon, went to the ace match against Solar. This would have been a fun series. I would have loved to have seen this this best of 3 here between Solar and Hero. Solar does take it in the end. Very impressive stuff. Hero has some of the best PVZ out there. I mean, similar to Max Packs. A very different approach. Hero is very chaotic. He's very aggressive. I mean, in general, in all the matchups, he's a very aggressive player. So did falter to Solar in the end. And of course, we had our series we just casted. Max Packs versus Solar. Again, for the Americas Weeklies, I only had the replays of this bracket, sorry, this series and this series, the upper semis and the finals, unfortunately. But again, starting next week, I'll try to be there to cast it live. I'll do my best. Do my best. Ooh. No Special as well. I mean, Special, he hasn't been competing too often. Like, Special he's been taking like a bit of a backseat. Done for today? Yeah, we're wrapping up. But yeah, I think especially for people that don't follow the region, whenever we've been casting Special, people have been a little bit surprised. But yeah, Special, he hasn't been competing as much. Over the past year, he's been focusing on other commitments, on IRL commitments, on other things. And that has, unfortunately, kind of shown in play. Like, Special, I would say, is no longer the best Terran in even Latin America. I think I would rate Kellizer a little bit higher nowadays. Yeah, so it has been a bit of a shame. But, you know, maybe he'll bounce back. Maybe he'll be reinvigorated in the coming year. But he has been a little bit less active over the past, 12 months. Over the past 12 months. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But let us quickly set up and have a look at the open stage. At DreamHack, Papi. DreamHack. Here we go. Whew. Okay, so DreamHack is starting up tomorrow in, I think, just over 24 hours. So from hearing this message, if you want to tune into DreamHack Dallas, I believe it's starting in like 25 hours time, like maybe just over 25 hours. So stay tuned for that. We are going to be casting it here on the channel. We're going to be casting day 1, and we're going to be covering the open stage. The open brackets of DreamHack Dallas is going to be here on the CranKy Ducklings. From my understanding, we are going to be casting the open stage, and we're also going to be casting the knockout brackets, but only the early rounds. Once the mainstream catches up, then the mainstream takes everything. But we're only going to be casting, I believe, just day 1. Day 1 is going to be the open stage and then the knockout bracket. So it's going to be, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great event, I'm sure. And yeah, I was curious. So I think, oh God. So I was talking about the ZVZ earlier. Su is down here. Su is down here in the ZVZ. So his ZVZ is on point. This could go either way for Su and DRG. When it comes to what we want to be casting tomorrow, I'm leaning towards... Maybe chat can help me out. I'm leaning towards either Ryung versus Future, but it leads into a TVT, so Scooby Ho is most likely going to be there. I'm a big fan of Creator and Diego, so I might jump on like Creator Epic leading into Kelazur here in Group A. I like Ryung. I want to avoid the TBTs, so that's tempting here. What do we care more about? What do we want more? Creator versus Kelazur, or like the potential Alasia versus Skillus? I mean, I think maybe it's always a lot of fun to see different regions collide, right? Like Korea versus Latin America sounds like a lot of fun. Like Alasia and Skillus sounds like a good series, but at the same time, like I feel like we see them face off more often, sort of thing. I think that's kind of my thought process right now with which one I want to cover. Again, that's going to be tomorrow. I can only pick one, right? I can only pick one, and another factor, to be fair, is I think Steadfast is also going to be casting. I think Steadfast, it's going to be us and Steadfast, and we might just talk ahead of time, and maybe he covers Group A and then I cover Group B. Like we'll do our best to split up. We'll do 100%. We'll do our best to split up and cover as much ground as possible, and cast as much as we can. So we'll do our best to coordinate. From my understanding, Winter might cast as a side stream as well. I think Winter's a bigger question mark, but I think it's going to be at least us and Steadfast covering the side stream, covering this bracket. Dallas tomorrow, yeah. Mix it up. If I remember, CranKy Ducklings of the B stream for Dallas, side stream. I don't think there's no like official B stream, just side stream. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Here, bracket C and bracket D. I mean, Beyond TVZ looks good. The Beyond TVZ. There's Harson versus Lambo. Again, that's gonna be Korea versus Korea. That's gonna be Europe versus Europe potentially. You know, shout out to Patty Mac. I think this is maybe the best matchup. If Steadfast is casting, he's probably going to want this though, because Steadfast is from Canada, and he's obviously, you know, Scarlet is going to be representing the potential Nightmare versus Scarlet. Oh, that's going to be fire. That's going to be a fire series in the next round. But again, if Steadfast is there tomorrow, he's going to want that 100%, and I'd be happy to give it to him. That's fine. So if Steadfast goes for bracket D to follow Scarlet's, then we'll most likely go for bracket C, and we'll probably go for... Oh. Again, do I want Harsa versus Lambo or Bjorn versus either Su or DRG? If we're forced into Group C, then we'll probably go Harsa and Patty Mac into Disrespect or Lambo. I think that's most likely where we're going to be headed. Just because, you know, Patty Mac's my boy. He's an ex-CranKy Duckling. So I have bias. I definitely biased there. So that's most likely we're going to be headed. I mean, obviously Dolan is also a CranKy Duckling. I would love to cast Dolan, but again, if Steadfast takes bracket D, then we'll take bracket C. Patty Mac is in this? Yes. He's been in China for the past couple of months, but Patty Mac is coming back to America for this. Apparently, Patty Mac interns for my company, so I need to cheer for him. Well, let's go. But yes, Patty Mac, he's been studying in China for almost the entire year. But he is coming back to America for DreamHack Dallas. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to come back for DreamHack Dallas and then spend time with his family for like a month or something before going back. But yeah, that's going to be the plan. It's going to be the plan. Assuming that that Steadfast is also going to be covering this. I say assuming. Last time for DreamHack Atlanta, it was only us. It was only the CranKy Ducklings casting, so there was a lot more pressure to cover as much as possible. But hopefully we have another side stream to help us out, because there's a lot to cast. There's a lot going on at once. Meanwhile, I haven't actually had a look at the winner stage. So the winner stage is going to be on the main stream. That's going to be where, you know, Zombie Grub, Wardy, Rotterdam, Pig, they're all going to be covering Fear Dragon. They're all going to be covering the mainstream. What do we have? Clem versus Stats. Yo, Stats has been looking really good recently. I'm really looking forward to Clem versus Stats. I think that's going to be a fire TVP. Oliveira, I mean, he just had an insane run and insane finals versus Creator in KSL. That's going to be a good one. Astray versus Hero Marine. That's interesting. I mean, I want to lean towards Hero Marine, but I'm pretty sure Astray has also been practicing quite hard for this finals as well. Shin versus Mario. Oh no, the PTSD. No. Best of luck to Shin. We don't have to talk about the GSL finals between Maru and Shin. You know, the ESL admins, they're brutal. They're why are they making them fight here in the first round? They're animals. So we can ignore this. It's fine. Heading on over to Group B, what do we have? Cyril versus Nice. Ooh, that's I mean, Cyril is a little bit out of practice. Cyril, he's been focusing on his military service, but Cyril has been keeping up, I'm sure, and he's still a beast and a force to be reckoned with. So I think a lot of people are excited to see what does Cyril look like where he's like juggling, practicing, and doing his military service. You know, like this is not going to be Cyril at 100%. Is he still good enough to win the entire thing, or is that enough of a boon to kind of like give other players a chance? So I'm really curious to see the state of play of Cyril, to see kind of how he looks, you know. Scrolling down, Rogue in the open bracket. Yes, Rogue is in the open bracket. We have Hero versus Rainer. This is wild. This is a crazy first round match. Hero, the best Protoss in this tournament, straight up. Here's the best Protoss in the tournament against Rainer, who's one of the best Zerg players. This needs to be casted on the mainstream. They better cast this. This is insane. That's gonna be a really fun match. I'm gonna favor Hero here. I know Rainer's been having a bit of a hard time against Protoss, specifically against Protoss. I feel like that might be Rainer's worst matchup right now. But I wish him the best. I hope he can do well here. And regardless of who wins and loses, it's double lim. It's double elimination, so these players will have another chance here in the lower bracket. And even if they get knocked out here, they actually get pushed to the knockout bracket. We'll get there. But there's like another safety net for them, I'm pretty sure. So don't worry. We have Cure versus Spirit in a TVT. That's going to be interesting. Spirit has been actually looking really good in TVT, especially we saw that in the regionals, right? We saw that in the European regionals. So I might want to lean towards Spirit there. I don't know. I don't know about that one. And then we have Trigger versus Dark. Ooh, okay, Dark. Similar to Cyril, not at the extent of Cyril, but Dark. For those who maybe are unaware, Dark is he's a papi. He's a dad now. He's a father, and he has been missing some weeklies, and I'm pretty sure it's because he's looking after his daughter. So that's another thing, right? Like Dark's now a dad, and he's. I imagine that is going to be impacting his practice and his state of play. So that's another player that I'm going to be looking at to see like how good he is right now and how he compares to everyone else. Do we have any more games today? No, we're done. We're done, Papa. We're done. We're wrapping up. Ugh. Long cast today. 5 hours. 5 hours. Just going over the bracket. Hope he shows up and is utterly ripped. Let's go. He's gonna show up with Zest body. It's gonna be beautiful. But yeah, I guess with that we're done. They be streaming. True. With that we're done. Again, tomorrow in just over 24 hours is gonna be DreamHack Dallas. Make sure you tune into that. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. We're gonna be wrapping up here for the night. We just wrapped up with ESL Open Cup Americas and with Europe. Ooh, it was again a pretty long and it was a nice broadcast here. I hope you all had a great time, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'll try to stay up. I'm not going to bed. I'm probably just gonna like edit VODs and work on other stuff, but I do have to stay up here to make sure that my sleep schedule is aligned with DreamHack. So I'm going full degen. I have a cup of coffee. It's midnight here in Australia. It's about to be midnight and I'm drinking coffee. It's gonna go well. It's gonna go beautifully. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for DreamHack Dallas, whether you're watching us or the mainstream or one of the other side streams. Hope you have a great time. It's going to be a great celebration of StarCraft. We're going to be crowning a new seasonal champion for spring. Who's it going to be? I mean, Cyril's kind of a question mark. Dark is kind of a question mark. For some of the players that are more informed, you have Maru, you have Hero, you have Clem, you have Rainer, who's been struggling a little bit in Korea, but, he's now getting back into form in an offline event. And even Skillus has been popping off. I mean, exciting times. Exciting events. Look forward to it. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Thank you for watching. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. ! Socials in the chat. You can follow us on all things CranKy Ducklings. We have a YouTube channel. We're streaming on YouTube right now as well, not just on Twitch. So you can follow us on YouTube if you want our VODs. VODs are uploaded immediately under the live tab. They're uploaded eventually on the regular VOD tab. We'll get there with our uploads. We'll get there. We're uploading a lot and we're a little bit behind. Thank you for watching. See you guys tomorrow. Until then, ciao. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego. Give us sort of some love. We'll raid. Oh, there's a couple of people streaming. We'll find someone to raid. Give them the chance. Give them some love and some support. See you then.